shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to energy. Oh my God, I can't speak. The Energy Infinite tournament series. Today, we are going to be doing the qualifier for the women's clash, which we are going to be watching Endpoint go against Luna. We do also have Genji Mobile 1 playing today, Guild, Emisher, Extra, Wappa, and Pulse without an E. And I'm excited to see these teams play on the pitch today. G2 Luna, we haven't had the chance to really see them in any tournaments. And of course, we've had a chance to see Endpoint play in a lot of things. They also qualified for the first LAN that we've seen ever for women, which is the DreamHack LAN that happened in Dallas, and they made the top 4. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to go. But before we get into anything, let me introduce our co-caster today, or in this series, Danger Taco.
Hello, hello. Yes, I'm very excited for this, particularly because, as you mentioned, G2 Luna is a team that got announced with a pretty big amount of fanfare. Obviously, an org like G2 being involved with Women's Rocket League is awesome. I'm a huge fan of that. But also that everyone's like, can't wait for them to play in this league. Oh, what's that? They're not playing? Okay, well, they'll play in this next tournament. What's that? They're not available for that? Okay, unfortunate. So we've kind of been waiting for them to actually be on a stream in which we can actually witness them play. And then they got a show match all the way over in Asia, and then we didn't really see anything else. So this is actually a time where I get to see how far in a bracket they can really go, and going up against Endpoint, a team that I think historically has been kind of like in the shadows of other EU teams and now emerging, coming in a little bit farther and deeper into every bracket they've entered. I think this is a good first test, and I think it's going to be a fascinating matchup to watch unfurl.
I'm definitely curious to see how this one goes because, like you said, the only real tournament series we got to watch was Endpoint, was G2 Luna going against Resolve in the Olympic Esports Week, and they were swept in that match. But that doesn't really speak much to anything other than, hey, I mean, like, Resolve is super good. They did a lot of amazing things when they played in women's carball, and all of us kind of wanted to see G2 Luna in the league once they were announced. But yes, due to scheduling, they weren't able to play. But those of you who don't know, G2 picked up a women's team. They put it together. It's Karma, it's Avenger, and it's Kia. And then we were going to be seeing Endpoint, who is Slumpy, Takara, and Alanis play on the pitch today. Taco, what's your prediction in this series?
It's a tough one, particularly because with G2 Luna, obviously Karma, I think, needs no introduction. I say as I'm about to give her an introduction. I mean, the definitely, I would say, the most eminent women's player within Rocket League, being played on Splice, being played around the bubble scene and in the RLCS level, as the first woman to do so. And so therefore her coming back, as I know historically she'd kind of been hands off with some women's Rocket League, didn't want to get involved. And now I guess G2 made her an offer she can't refuse. Avenger had been around for a while up until taking a break. Actually somewhat transitioned over into Apex. I know that was something that they really love to play. And then Kia also likewise is coming together. I don't know how this team fits together. Thinking about how I've seen them play separately and how that all meshes together is something I genuinely don't know how that cooks together. So I think this is why it's interesting that this is, in a way, one of their stream debuts, at least in more of a women's competition outside of just show match potential. And it's definitely tough to predict because we already know how Endpoint plays. They're super coordinated. They're the best of friends, even though you might not know it by looking at their Twitter as they constantly dunk on each other. But for the most part, I think it's entirely dependent on GT Luna finding a consistent pace with each other, because I think that's the hardest thing for new teams, is how you can fit everyone together so that no one's lagging behind or no one's playing a bit too fast.
So who are you going to go with then?
Well, see, if I stall enough, maybe you wouldn't ask me that. But no, I guess if I have to say, I actually would take Endpoint over this one. I think that GT Luna has been a team for long enough that they've definitely probably gotten some scrims in, or at least some looks at playing together. And I still feel like the amount of time it takes to really lock in is going to be quite some time. I think Karma is going to be a weapon. I know Avenger has been rocking this game for quite some time. And honestly, I'm excited to see how Kia fits in. I just don't know if the coordination is high enough yet to be able to take down kind of the staple type of team like Endpoint in this type of matchup.
And I think that's a fair assessment. When we look at who's going to be on the pitch, Avenger, she, like you said, formerly played in women's carball, left to go do Valorant, came back. So I think she's still trying to find her bearings. And this is a newly formed roster. So Karma, former pro, made it all the way to RLCS with Splice. So yeah, that's the powerhouse there. Avenger also another powerhouse, because we've seen Avenger do amazing things. She's won several seasons of women's carball with what was formerly the Misfits team, formerly Bang Gang. So big props to her, where she played with your friend Angie. And then they have Kia, and Kia's a one's main, very good at doing flicks, ground plays. Again, we haven't had a chance to see them play together, so I'm gonna have to go with Endpoint. Endpoint has shown strong potential, and they've taken a lot of teams that a lot of people would counted them out on. So I'm gonna lock in Endpoint as my prediction.
Yeah, I think that's 100% fair. I think with G2, this is the main thing about competitions like this. One, great to have them in, as we mentioned, but also I think they need as many events as possible without the off-season. Granted, it is the off-season, so it's going to be a little tough. We're not entirely sure. We have not been fed information, at least on the broadcast side, I can speak to, for next seasons of Women's Carball or what that's going to look like, what future tournaments are going to be. But being able to get involved in these tournaments, these community grassroots efforts is huge because, one, it's a feeder series into something else. It gives you stakes. But more importantly, you're not just playing against randoms. This isn't just like a draft system where everyone gets scrambled up. It's playing against teams that are in comms, that are ready for this type of competition, that are looking forward to being able to play for stakes just like you. So therefore, it is a serious simulation of what you're going to be facing later. And so I think if everyone's looking for the litmus test of how this is going to work for an org as big as G2, and also whether or not Endpoint is slacking off all these other orgs that are involved, as you mentioned, like Genji, Emishore, Guild, all these teams that are in the bracket, I think this is a good way to be able to whet the appetite as WCB is on its brief hiatus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this series is going to go. It's going to be a good one for sure. Endpoint has not only gone to top 4, but they've beaten quite a bit of these teams. But again, there's a lot to see on this pitch, and I'm curious to see how it's going to go. We've made our predictions. We have the players in the lobby. They're getting ready. It looks like the kickoff is about to ensue. So let's get onto this pitch and see how this series is going to take off from there. So we want to, again, make sure we thank M. Cole for putting this tournament together before we get onto the pitch. This series is going to be very fun to watch.
Certainly so, and obviously a lot to play for in terms of pride. I think the roughest thing for new teams, and I see this in collegiate as well, is being able to form a team, everyone has high expectations, and then maybe you don't quite live up to it, or maybe it's a little bit underwhelming. Granted, I don't think any of these players in G2 know the meaning of the word, but Alanis knows that they're going to test you as best they can, peeking out and seeing that last defender a bit too high up the pitch.
Yeah, Alanis pops says hi, and Kia unfortunately can't get that fast aerial in time. Just can't get that fast aerial fast enough. Just a great shot, nice pop. No one expected that. And fortunately, the recovery there from Kia wasn't what you want to see. But now we see Slumpy take the kickoff. Avenger going to get the clear. It's a double commit by Karma and Avenger. Avenger, though, last. She was a half flip there. She's in the corner waiting for a challenge. There it is. The Slumpy's alone. Alanis waiting for a touch that could convert to something. Maybe we'll see Takara get another touch. There it is. And she goes for a goal, and there it is. Another goal on target for Endpoint. Now they're up 2.
Not often can you get the analysis of what's going on with a player in their personal life in the username. Takara grinding my butt off, getting the flip reset double tap. Love to see it, and that's something that definitely throws a wrench in well-laid plans for the defense. You can see G2 ready for that tap, but then the slowdown to be able to set up the flick. It almost gave a little bit of a stutter step, a change-up defense is not ready for. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with Endpoint. The coordination's great, but they've also been definitely grinding, making sure the mechanics step up, and we'll see a little bit on the other side as Slumpy dives across for a save.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught off guard in this series because, again, as you said, this is like a test. We want to see how G2 is going to do, and that was almost a goal. Slumpy gets it anyway. Looks like she kind of faked it there. I'm going to call it a fake, but we know it was a whip. Takara goes up for the touch. It drops down. Slumpy gets the slightest touch, puts it right behind Avenger. Avenger's miss. Not going to be what you want to see for G2 as they open things up. But this is just game 1, so everyone is starting to fill each other out. 3 minutes, 52 seconds into this. Could go either way.
It doesn't seem like Endpoint is in the business of slowing down as they get a demo on Akia as well. So it's not just the aerial play, the speed that they're working on. It's also the physical play. And nothing's more frustrating poor defense and getting slapped around and constantly having to respawn and getting all your boosts taken away and then having to get back in and then getting bumped again or having to dodge. It's just a lot to balance and much less trying to calm everything, as Karma's going to get a little bit of revenge there on Takara. The problem is it's not converted as of yet. Kia to Avenger, but that's too sharp an angle. How about Karma off the bar? And it's going to go wide just again. But that was not too bad of a sequence from G2. The first real chance that I think we've seen so far.
Yeah. They're continuing to try hard. Avenger gonna throw it up to the air. Karma gets the touch, but there's just no one there to follow up. And whoa, there's Avenger. She throws it to the backboard, looking to get a double, but it's gonna get cleared away by Slumpy. Karma gonna make her miss there. Alanis passes to Slumpy, looking to get a team play maybe. Gets the demo instead, opens it up, but no one there from endpoint to complete the play. Now we see Takara gets it over one. Can she get it over two? She's trying to get it past Karma. She can't. Karma's going to get the clear in the corner, though. Now it's Slumpy getting a 50. Goes right to Takara. Takara gets the touch. Avenger going to get the read, though. Just right back to endpoint. And they're back on the attack again.
Slumpy will try to bring that up and over, but Karma, ever patient, knows when a play is really done and dusted and when they can dive on in. Avenger trying to do the same. However, Takara will call an end to that one. Alanis with the extension. Karma, again, just trying to keep the possession as close as possible to try to facilitate play, kind of like that, right on a dime for Kia for the first goal for G2 Luna.
Let's go. We start to see them come into their own as Karma passes it right to Kia. Alanis not able to recover and just opens things up for them. Now they want to start to see if they can fill things out a little bit more in this game. Karma wins the kickoff. It goes to Slumpy, goes high. Slumpy maybe going to look for another touch. She gets it, but Alanis not able to put it on target. It's just, that was a really great recovery moment for them on defense. G2 should be proud of themselves. It could have been really dangerous, maybe even cemented a win here for endpoint. As Slumpy pops it up, Alanis is a little bit too far ahead for that to receive that pass. Karma, though, puts another one on target. G2 are now only down by 1 point. That setup, coming right from Avenger.
As you can see, this is what happens, and this is really what you have to deal with in the highest level of a Rocket League within these competitions, is necessarily everything looks fine, they're all in the corner, I mean, G2 doesn't have much of a look, and then the defender jumps to something, doesn't get one read, and then suddenly it's in the back of your net, particularly with Karma. The consistency off the charts, that's what it takes to be able to play at that level of RLCS and just below. And so therefore, we'll see G2 march on back. Granted, endpoint not taking that sitting down or standing up. I'm not entirely sure what their death situation is. Either way, they got some demos. That's still going in, but now they got to deal with some defense. That one's going to go just wide, thankfully for themselves, as Takara will try and clear it as far as possible to burn away some of this remaining time.
That definitely should have been a goal for G2. You got to wonder where their third was, why they weren't pushing up enough. But it looks like they're going to take that moment and say, you know what, we're going to set up another play, possibly get another goal. Kia looking to get the touch. She's just a little bit too far wide as the ball gets banged hard, goes to the back wall. Avenger's just waiting patiently there for it. Maybe looking to see if she can have a moment where she can bump a teammate on the other side or something like that. Karma gets a 50, though. Maybe we'll see Kia also push this along. Another 50. Endpoint's doing really good at making sure that the ball just doesn't keep going on their side. They're maintaining pressure strong in this game one.
I do like these touches, especially Alanis just staying in front of it, as you saw on the far side just a couple seconds ago. Being able to get those 50, slow things down, and then make sure the momentum doesn't get out of hand is a big thing. The other one is not just throwing it off the sidewall. That one nearly into Kia. Now Karma with the slow air dribble, looking for a bump even. That's off the bar. Double commit, but Slumpy gets the most of it. Avenger. Sidewall, no double tap. Demo led by Kia. Avenger stays with it. Off the near, Slumpy. A fantastic touch for Alanis to follow, and that might just be enough to bleed out the rest of these seconds off the clock. Slumpy assures that, spikes it down. Endpoint does escape with an air victory in game one.
Yeah, they did an amazing job in this game one. They almost came back out of nowhere. You know, Karma and Kia getting those 2 goals really started to liven things up for their team and really bring a lot of morale boost. For me, whenever I play with any former teams of mine, whenever we're down, Endpoint did have a lead 2-0 for quite some time. They were doing a good job of shutting out not only Karma, but the rest of G2 Luna. And anytime you start to have moments where you don't have goals on your side, it really starts to break the mental a little bit as the series or as the game continues. So by putting themselves up and only being away by 1 goal, they did a great job here. So maybe things will be a lot closer in the rest of the series.
Yeah, and as you can see, the facilitation is definitely coming in. We see 6 shots from Karma of the 9 from G2 Luna, and I wouldn't necessarily say Karma is necessarily carrying the offensive output, but you can see the weaponry that having a player like that really affords your team, being able to consistently knock the ball around the goal, force the defense into awkward saves, and really eventually it's not necessarily just plowing through the defense, it's forcing mistakes out. That second goal, Karma was able to bang on it and get them back within striking distance, was really just off of outpacing the defense, getting enough touches just to the side, back wall, and just to the side of the goal to be able to force out those awkward challenges, those weird moments on defense where your ball cam is whipping across your screen. So really hard to react to, and something that Endpoint especially has been put on notice about. Yeah, you can put up 3 goals, but you still got to make sure you actually play a full 5 minutes. Otherwise, G2 Luna apparently is here to play. They got enough speed that I've been satisfied from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a chance again to really see them in a full-on tournament against all WCBC teams. We've only seen them go against one team, and that was Resolve. So Resolve is not really a good measurement of where a team could fall because unless you win against them, of course. But most teams are going to lose to that caliber of team, that caliber of roster. So them losing to them didn't really give anybody any info on how they could beat. So as we continue to watch this go and continue to watch them through the bracket, it's going to be a huge signifier of how they will do in women's carball.
Bonus will collect this one, trying to bait in Kia, and Kia does not take that bait. In fact, stays with it, almost mirror imaging that aerial, but you can't say the same about the follow-ups to Kara. Getting a quick jump on that backboard read, and that's a quick 1-0, just like game 1.
Lumpy with that touch off of the wall. Takara gets the read. Opens things up. Only 45 seconds in this one. And we see Endpoint come out strong already out the gate. So, still everybody's figuring things out. As Slumpy, though, pushes towards the net of G2 Luna. That's going to be a miss from Takara. Avenger, though, pops that, and it goes past right to Alanis. Karma gets the pre-jump, gets the save. Continues to clear that away. Now it's Avenger pushing that away from her net, looking to get the 50 win. She's on the wall again. It's interesting the turns they continue to make as a team. G2 Luna continue to do some things that I don't know as a team that I've seen most do, these constant turns.
Making sure that you're always in the face of the defense is important, especially because it's something that doesn't get anticipated too well, and that you have one player go for the ball, and then sometimes mentally as a defender you're saying, well, that player went, so therefore they're out of the rotation. But if then you see them immediately turn right back into the attack, it can be a lot to handle. Kind of like Alana's turning on the left side real hard and being able to drag that one back to the middle with the demo to lead the way.
Alanis with a great flick. Karma not able to get there in time, not able to react fast enough for that one. Just a really nice, unexpected flick shot. Flicks can always be very difficult to read, as you never know which way they could possibly go. If the player may go for another touch, if maybe they have a teammate nearby who could go for a bump. So you have to challenge those early if you want to make sure that those don't get scored. But we see Avenger pushing the ball along. Ball's in the corner, gets it over Avenger. Maybe Slumpy has a 1v1 opportunity. Can she get it past Karma? No! Karma gonna clear that one away, and she is back on the attack.
It's a nice job by Endpoint to be able to take these flicks and also getting them with power. Even if you don't get the initial one, it forces out a difficult save that's hard to control from the defense. Even Karma getting that touch had to hit it pretty hard away from her, so being able to chase that down can be difficult. Same trying to respawn after a Karma demo. Problem is Kia can't do much with that. G2 really spread out in a lot of these rotations. I think that's going to be a difficult thing, as we've seen Endpoint and also, I suppose, G2 earlier. Most of these goals are from quick follow-ups. You can't be rotating this far back and expect a lot of your attacks to be too successful, as Kia tries her own again, but that one's going to go wide.
Yeah, it looks like they're back on the attack, though. Slumpy gets the touch. Maybe Endpoint is going to do a triangle formation here. Everyone's contributing to their offense, but waiting a little bit patient is Takara. She waits for the right moment, watches to see that Avenger's mid-flip, then goes for the attack, but it is saved away. And that's some quick thinking. I like the thought there.
Same with that pass down. Really do like that. Takara had a perfect lay down into the middle, and it's touches like that that I think I'm really looking forward out of teams, is noticing those moments where the defense has been compressed enough that they all go to the goal line, leaving the top of the box open, and then you can start to actually take your shots wide open. Problem is, didn't get the run up they were looking for, but the ideas are always there from Endpoint. It's why they're such a dangerous team, because I think even though they've always kind of struggled at the top of WCB to beat the very best, they've always been among the best in their region. And I think you can see why. The coordination is there, clearly able to always find the open option, and right now G2 I think is struggling just with that. Still no goals for them, and they only really have 80 seconds to do anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, with them being on defense right now, Endpoint not going to be able to get anything there, but looks like Karma is on the attack, just looking for a teammate, looking for a passing option, can't find one. We see Alanis with an open net possibility. Karma's recovered already. She's just so speedy. She's everywhere on this pitch. You have to find a way to shut her down. Slumpy sees that and just says, I need to challenge this lady, because if I give her any space, she will score a goal, and you don't want that to happen. Karma really, once she starts heating up, I mean, it's shot after shot. We saw that kind of potential in the first game, and looks like she's slowing down a little bit more, but she's very methodical in the touches that she's getting, as well as the decision making. I wish I was this patient, but I just like to hurl myself at the ball.
And don't we all? It's really something that I think everyone can relate to. Alanis, however, knows how to effectively do that, as this ball will be dove in on. But as you see, third goal, all off of that infield pass. Kia just barely too far away to reach.
Yeah, that was a nice one from Alanis. Just saw an opportunity to score and said, hey, I'm just going to throw myself at this and make it a goal. And there it is. You know, that's simplifying the things that we're seeing here on the pitch. Endpoint are doing a great team collaborative effort here. Everyone is contributing. They're making sure they're giving themselves enough space to be on defense. And once they have a lead, they are doing the thing that you're supposed to do, which is play a little bit more back. Make sure you don't just, you know, start to throw yourselves at things that don't need to be. As I say that, there's a double commit, but Slumpy gets the clear. It looks like we're going to close this out with a 3-0 in favor of Endpoint. And Endpoint take this game too. This is a best of 5. So if Endpoint ends up winning the next game, this means that we'll see G2 Luna drop down to the lower bracket. But this could also mean that maybe we'll start to see a sweep. I don't know how we feel like this might be going, but we've seen some great things here on the pitch between these first 2 games.
I mean, if you ask Endpoint, if you ask the coach, whoever, you'll probably say that's probably how game 1 was supposed to go. And that this is really what we want it to be. Majority of shots, majority of pressure. And for the most part, defense is everything that they can handle. There's not really anything too close calls. Most everything was dealt with by Endpoint. I felt like G2, I mentioned it about halfway into the game, that I wasn't a huge fan of how deep all the rotations were. The issue with doing that is that, yeah, you get boosted up. Yeah, you can be somewhat stable in the backfield. You don't get too many counterattacks going in, but it leaves those kind of open swaths of the midfield for Endpoint's taking. And you saw a lot of flicks in that area. You saw a lot of infield passes for that area. And that's the difficulty, is that not only do you have to make sure you cover wide and cover a lot of options, but you have to make sure you're also close enough at the same time to be able to cover each other if one person gets beat out of the top, or if a pass comes across the middle and maybe the first player can't get to it first. It's that delicate balance of making sure you're covering enough without leaving too much open in between. And I think that's a balance that G2 Luna hasn't struck yet, because again, this is the newer team, and this is part of playing together, is figuring out how to adjust not only to between yourselves, but to every single individual team and the play styles they bring against you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that we've seen Takara and Slumpy play together at least for 2 or 3 seasons now. And then Alanis, I want to say she came in on somewhere in the midst of season 4. So they've definitely had at least a year or so playing together. And again, you can see their team collaboration and their comms are strong. Their decision making is there. As I say that, Slumpy puts a goal on target. Alanis going to get that pass. Alanis takes it to the wall. She gets the ball up high. That bounce going to go right to Slumpy. Slumpy sees an open net opportunity and says, hey, I'm just going to throw this in.
And I think a lot of people, when they think about team plays, they think it's really complicated. Oh, it's about pre-jump. So it's about all these super nice 90-degree infield passes. Other times, it's just recognizing that defender's not going to get the sidewall hit. Hitting off the sidewall, next player goes up, shoots it on target. It really can be that simple. It's just playing around the defense and letting your team know so that they can react before that second person. As Avenger is going to have to react to this one quickly, as that one maybe went a little bit farther away, as Slumpy lays one down. Alanis unfortunately got not getting this one, so let's see what Karma can do. Is it going to be the bump? Indeed, it is, through the smoke for an equalizer.
Oh, wow. All right, we have Takara left on defense alone. Karma gonna get the air dribble and the demo to complete that play, and now things are tied up. Wow, G2 Luna making us a believer here, or making fun of us in our predictions and saying, you know what, we have an opportunity to come back. We can reverse sweep possibly, but they're definitely not, there's no slowdown happening. In fact, it looks like they're speeding things up as that pass from Avenger goes to Kia. She tries to get this past Slumpy. She does, but it looks like it's just going to drop down. Karma's there though for it. She has quite a bit of boost in her tank. Looks to play it slow, maybe line it up, but once again, the demos from Endpoint are slowing down their progression.
It's one of the most frustrating part about demos. A lot of people think about it as saying, oh, that's what opens up the goal. But and really, it just throws a wrench in the rotation half the time as well, is that you have the plan going forward and trying to make sure everything is plugged up, and then suddenly someone's off the field, and you're wondering, where is the third? Oh, it's because they're starting all the way back. It's something that can be used offensively as well as defensively, just being able to buy yourself some time, and more importantly, making sure G2 really has to reset and say, all right, well, we'll just have to wait until everyone gets back in, because otherwise it's going to be really hard to break through all the tiers of the other squad. And I think that's something that Endpoint does probably better than most teams in WC that we've seen, making sure that they're going for demos without going too far out of position.
I think that's a great point. And a lot of teams, you know, you mentioned that a lot of teams think that, you know, when it comes to demos, it's only for offensive plays. But what you're mentioning, I'm seeing it here on the pitch. I see them going for defensive demos as well. And I you know, I'm getting coaching on stream right now from Danger Taco. I mean, I've never even thought about that.
Yeah, no problem. Just I'll send you the Venmo after this match.
I got you.
Well, certainly the players got us as well with a fascinating match, because we do have the most even that we've seen. This is the first time really the teams have been on even scoreline, with both teams getting the goal as we've reached halftime, and now we're just trying to see really what the next breakthrough moment is. Maybe something like that. That was a little bit of a loose pass by Takara. I think maybe thought teammate was a bit closer, but either way, we'll break out into a G2 somewhat attack. But as I say that, Kia would be waiting for a dribble, but instead right through the back line for Slumpy. Send right back. Alanis thinks about it, might dive in, but no. Decides to rotate back before the Kia clear.
Everyone's just really, you can see it in the way they're making their decisions with their cars. The angles they're getting, and I said that, and that was almost a goal. Avenger had an open opportunity. It was shut down, though. Endpoint reacted super fast. The moment that they saw a G2 player anywhere near their net, and their net open, they all responded as fast as possible. And that's a sign of their teamwork. Alanis with an amazing, incredible save. That could have been something that really made G2 say, you know what, we got this, right? And by shutting that down, you continue to keep things even. But we have a minute 22 in this one. If G2 wants a chance at taking this series, they're really going to have to do something different here. Push a bit harder, and maybe go for some demos. I feel like that's something we've not really seen them do.
No, not at all. And otherwise, you can do the all reliable, as you just saw with Karma, saving that flip reset to beat out the defender and tried to dish one across, but the read didn't come through, and I don't think it came through on this one either. A little bit of double commit, infield pass, Alanis.
Oh!
What a slide to the back post, and again, if the pass is available, Endpoint will find it.
Wow. What a way to shut this one kind of down almost. I mean, we still have 56 seconds, but that goal going on target kind of, you know, puts a wrench in things. I mean, could have been going either way, but now things are kind of in favor at Endpoint, and they're getting some momentum. Alana sees that Karma's alone. Slumpy's there, gets the touch, but it's going to be Kia getting the save. Gets that in time to make sure that there's nothing onto her net anymore. Now it's just Alanis and Avenger, but the 50 goes to the sidewall. All of G2 comes out of the play for that. You would think they would bum rush that ball, but Kia plays it slow, and she almost got a goal from it too.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much respect, as you had mentioned, saying that it's strange that G2 doesn't dive in on it. Well, it's because you don't want to be able to dive on it. You know, you have 20 seconds. That's enough to get one goal. We got to make sure you're careful, kind of like this on the counterattack. Endpoint was a little bit displaced, and now the ball's going to deflect all the way across. Karma and Avenger getting back, so they're going to have to play on this next touch. That might be really the only chance they have remaining, but they didn't count on that one. Alanis stealing it away from Takara. The midfield beat out will make sure that Endpoint will take this series home.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Alanis has made 2 of their goals. And, I mean, she's put 3 shots on target. We've also seen the whole of Endpoint put a whole of 8 shots near Luna's net compared to the 5 coming from Luna. So the pressure game definitely was strong from Endpoint. Not only do they win the game, but they win the series. Endpoint takes it home. And we're going to see G2 Luna drop into lowers. But that was such an incredible series to watch. And I'm just kind of happy we got to see G2 Luna in a tournament other than the Olympic Esports Week that we saw them go against Resolve.
Yeah, typically teams begin with a more humble, I would say, start and being able to play in smaller competitions or smaller audiences. But, you know, it's G2. So after all, they will be on the biggest stages in the start. I would hope that they find some other stages somewhat quickly, as we do see in this, not necessarily debut, as I know they played in qualifiers, I believe, for Rocket Clash before. But in this one, you're going up against Endpoint, one of the most seasoned teams in the EU. So therefore, it is going to be an uphill battle. But from what I've seen from G2 Luna, I wouldn't necessarily say it's just spare parts that are waiting to be put together. They do have some cohesion, I think, at this point, of just making sure they really tighten up everything, because you'd still see Endpoint taking advantage of those midfield passes. It looked a little unobstructed at times, but at the very least, it is double elim in this bracket, so it's not the last we'll see.
That is right. They still have a chance in lowers. So, I mean, with how close this was kind of like in terms of the series, they definitely have a strong chance coming back in lowers, but there's a lot of strong competition here today. So it really depends on who is going to be in that lowers, because we still have Gen G. Not that I'm saying Gen G is going to go to lowers, but I'm saying we have Gen G, Amateur, Guild. We have all these teams that we haven't had a chance to really see unfold and where they are in the bracket. But we are going to take a quick break as we set up the next upper bracket game of semifinal 1. So just give us a couple of minutes and we'll be right back.
But I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. Took my love, then gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. the ground, shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival. No rival. No rival. Tell me now, what you gon' do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival.
everybody. Welcome back. Of course, I'm Chixa, and I'm here with Rocket Star. So I'm really excited to be here. We had an interesting first series. I don't think maybe we were kind of expecting it, not expecting it, but you know what? First series of the day done. We're moving into our second series, Guild, and of course, Gen G, which everyone knows is the reigning champion right now. So, Rocket Star, what are your thoughts? How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, Gen G, Mobile One, Racing Black, of course, they've got Kate, Courtney, Bella, and we have Guild. We really don't get to see too many NA-EU mashups. So this is going to be very exciting. Guild is Joda Sniper and April, all veterans of women's carball, been playing for seasons on end. And so have Gen G Mobile One. So this is going to be an incredible matchup to watch. I'm going to have to give this one in favor of Gen G just because, like, Gen G has been the reigning champs of NA. They've also beat Resolve in two tournaments. Not only the DreamHack LAN that happened at Dallas, but the Women's Carball Championship.
Yeah, Genji has done phenomenally well. Of course, as of recently, across the entire women's season that we've seen them play, of course, they have Star Courtney, which, in my opinion, MVP player, I think at this point is known as the best women's Rocket League player that used to be held around a couple different names, but she's really been proving herself out on the pitch. So I'm really excited to see how she's doing today in particular. But yeah, I would have to agree with you. Prediction sides with Genji as well for me. I just don't see them going down in this one. Though I did, if we looked at that bracket, if you saw it for a second, Guild beat Team Wappa in 3-2 fashion. It was our only series that went the full best of 5 length, and that means Guild's here to play. They want to tough this one out as best as possible.
As we take a look at the bracket, not only do we see Gen G Mobile One going against Guild, we see Endpoint going against Emisher. That's also another match. I'm very curious to see how that one goes. Emisher in the past has lost to Endpoint. That's how Endpoint ended up in the Rocket Clash. So I'd have to say that's in favor of Endpoint. And in the lower brackets, we have Pulse without an E going against Team Wappa and G2 Luna going against Extra. This is not the former Extra you're used to in women's carball. This is now Zoella, Miss Blurred, Hey Lauren, and their sub playing today from Luminosity helping out is Nacho. So Nacho will be playing instead of Miss Blurred.
Yeah, certainly a lot of mix-ups on the roster, but that's what we like to see. I'd consider us definitely in Women's Rocket League off-season right now. So there's definitely going to be those roster changes. Of course, Genji officially now with Kate in the series. Guild hasn't changed because they just signed not too long ago. And then everyone else, they're shaking things up. They're trying to find their team for the slew of tournaments that's going to be upon us pretty soon.
Yeah, it's always nice to see when people mix things up, though, and give it a go of some new players, some new blood onto the teams. Everyone's always trying to find a way to get to the top. And, Gen G Mobile One Racing Black, if you could put a team together to beat them, that would be incredible. And I don't know if we really have a team that's currently together that could take them out, both on NA or EU side. So I want to continue to see more teams mixing it up, or just more teams continuing to grind, like we've continued to see Endpoint grind for seasons and seasons on end. Same for Emisher and Wappa. So a lot of incredible talent out here on the pitch, but it looks like the teams are ready. And this could go either way, but I'm excited to see what happens on the pitch today.
Yeah, it was my first time casting in a little bit. I also got my break when the seasons kind of all came to a close. So we're back with Rocket League. This is the upper bracket, round 2. Of course, we have Guild Academy and Gen G Mobile One, our reigning champions in women's carball. So excited to see how they will do today, as well as the rest of the team.
Yeah, but now it's April with it. She's off the wall here, looking to get it past Kate. Gets it past Kate. Can't get it past Courtney, though. Courtney is just there, ready on a save opportunity. Flower, though. Flower, that's a new one. Flower is their sub. I guess we have somebody sitting out. It's Joda who's not playing right now. Wonder what happened there. But see, we do know that Flower is very solid. I've seen Flower played Snow Day with her, played Vanilla with her, as I like to call regular Rocket League. And this is a GC3 player. Very solid. So not anything to take away. Almost the same for same swap, but Courtney gonna get it past the whole of Guild right now. What a shot.
Fortunately, double commit here for Sniper and Flower. Sniper needs to stay back in her goal territory, defend that shot instead of coming up a little bit too far. Miscommunication there on the pitch, and Courtney takes full advantage. If I would have bet on who would score first in this series, it would have been Courtney.
Yeah, I would have guessed that as well, and there it is. It just happens, right? As she rocks her SSL tournament title winner tag in pink. Pink lets you know that's a real SSL right there. But we see April coming off the wall. Bella gets the challenge. It goes center. Flower goes up for it. Kate really fast with it now, but everybody coming together on Guild, trying to get it past Gen G, trying to apply some pressure because the pressure just keeps coming back onto their side, and it can be very difficult. So I think they need to start going for boost steals and start going for demos, go for bumps. Physicality is always my answer to these situations.
I wouldn't say it's a fix-all, but it certainly helps discombobulate the other end of the field, especially one that is playing with a sub. Kate doing her best to move on forward with Gen G, but April finds space, gets the flip reset here, can't utilize it, maybe didn't actually get that flip, and Courtney beat out quick. That's exactly what you need to do against Courtney. Quick contest. Don't let her have space or time or boost on that ball, because Courtney knows exactly how to use it. She'll be right there again and putting on more pressure, but Guild, you know what? They're handling it well. It may be a 1-goal lead for Gen G right now, but I wouldn't want more than that as a gap on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want more than that, but they're continuing to do a great job though of keeping things kind of even. No, but the net is open. As I say that, Kate puts another on target. That's now 2 for Gen G. Unanswered. Guild has to find a way to keep somebody back. I mean, at least in the vicinity of that danger zone, that triangle in front of the net where ball can come from either direction, and somebody needs to be prepped for that. Gen G just continues to have too many open net opportunities.
It's just a quick transition, and one that Guild was not ready for. They were very much in the opposing side of the field, trying to pressure Gen G, but they run out of boost on the front of the pitch and then can't rotate back quick enough once Gen G gets that clear. They manage that pressure very well, and because of it, know how to find a nice shot. Here's another one from Bella. It is off the mark. Courtney down to Bella. Don't find the connection. Courtney again pressuring more, tries to find the second touch, but Flower and the rest of Guild hold on. But for how long can they hold on against this Gen G offense?
Right, as that ball was kind of dangerous, though. This should be a shot opportunity. April gets the perfect touch there. What a setup. We have Flower, looks to get the recovery there, but instead it's Sniper getting the clear. April getting that nice touch with their side of her car, and wow, things are now interesting in this game.
I would have said they were interesting from the start. I think Guild is playing phenomenally well against the likes of Gen G. They just need to keep on putting more pressure, giving more opportunities. April, unfortunately, can't get in, and that's just a nasty angle from Courtney.
Courtney saw the opportunity, goes for the double, and it goes center. Everyone is thinking this is just going to be a center. Instead, it actually ends up being a goal due to how it bounced when it went towards the inside of the goalpost. And, the goalpost is always that great third, fourth man for you. A combination of the back wall and that crossbar can save you or make or break you.
Absolutely. Bella patience. Courtney, the bump. Flower still finding the save and is able to hold on for the likes of Guild. There's a pass to April, but unfortunately doesn't have the shot quick enough. Bella, the contest sniper, keeping it up, but Courtney places it down. Great save, but Gills, you could tell the frustrations there. They're throwing their car at this ball, and they can't get there quick enough. Gen G find their fourth, and they are just rolling.
They are rolling, but if we look back to how that play unfolded, April had quite a bit of space. She looked like she was just going to pop it fast and follow, but I think she tried to mind game Bella a little bit too much, got caught up in the sauce of trying to fake her, and instead it ended up giving the ball right to Gen G, and of course we ended up seeing another goal happen from it. So now there's a 3-goal differential here in game 1 in this upper bracket semifinal, as Courtney, though, gonna get this ball center. Actually, looks like she back passed on purpose almost.
You know what? Mistakes happen. That one, I think, just running out of boost in that situation. But, you know, what happens, happens. I'm sure they're laughing about it in comms. They're not worried about it with the lead that they've given themselves. And that's kind of the attitude you're going to have for the rest of this one. Look, they almost get it back right off kickoff. They're in the offensive zone. They're burning the time. They still have that 2-goal lead. Nothing really matters right now for Gen G. They just need to burn the rest of time, and they take game 1, I think, pretty handily.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to burn this clock down. And once they burn this clock down, then, I mean, then that's it. And as we see that, Kate looks to put another in the coffin, but no, it's April who says, no, you are not going to have that shot opportunity. I'm going to clear this away. At least keep some sort of dignity space there. Because only having a 2-goal differential in your first game is actually not a bad showing going against the number 1 team considerably in all of women's scarball.
Yeah, I mean, look at the shot count for Gen G in particular. That's 15 shots in game number 1, and I think Guild did admirably very well for how many shots they had upon them. I mean, they were able to save it 8 of those 15 times. Of course, 4 went in. That means 3 were off target. But at the end of the day, the pressure coming from Gen G was just too much. Guild needs to learn how to not give them as many opportunities. You need to contest better at the source, not allow them to be at field. And of course, you can't give away those quick transitions. If you are looking to score up field, you cannot allow that ball to go back into your end when you're out of boost.
That's a great point. Gen G had 15 shots, only 4 converted, where Guild had 6, only 2 converted. So really, I mean, Guild could have had maybe another 3 shots, and that could have been like a whole nother situation. Their accuracy seems to be a little bit better. So when they do complete the like actual goal, it seems to go in compared to Gen G, who's just really good about applying lots and lots of pressure and trying to catch the defense off guard and then following up from that. So I'm curious to see how this game 2 goes.
As well, dare we get a second sweep on broadcast? I think a lot of people maybe would say yes, but you just never know. Flower in the way here. Sniper taking control. Can't get much of a flick past Bella. April fortunately losing control of her car, and now they'll have to defend against the likes of Courtney, who will go high, passes it across, but nobody's there to follow it up. It's 30 seconds already gone, 0-0 scoreline, and both teams seem to be feeling out more than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, filling each other out is, game 1, we always say that game 1 is when they fill each other out, but it's actually constantly something they do the whole of the series. Sometimes you're having to figure out, okay, hey, in that game we lost, and now we're having to find a way to get around some of the things that they're doing on the pitch. Sometimes it just takes a bit more time to figure it out, and it looks like, though, after that first game, Guild has found a way. But as I say that, another sketchy opportunity where the net is wide open, but thankfully April able to recover in time to get that save.
Bella trying to fit in the double tap, but look how Flower ends up rotating her car perfectly inside of net to keep that shot from going out. Deadly opportunities for Gen G early on, but they can't convert the last goal. Man, Guild holding on so well defensively. I was going to compliment Courtney for how well she can stay on that ball, how it seems like she's always on it, whether it's defensively or offensively. But I mean, huge shout outs to Guild all around. They have been managing to save this ball, save those opportunities. 3 for Flower to start off in our first 2 minutes. And that's the only way that Guild is somehow still in this one.
Yeah, Kate goes up for it though, drops down. Sniper in the corner. It's going to be cleared away. Courtney throws it towards the net. April. Oh my God, gets dunked. No way that is what just happened.
My goodness. Oh, I told you, Courtney is just constantly on that ball. How she finds the 50 angle on that, I will never know. But Courtney, I mean, just built different. Incredible, incredible play. Persistence at its finest.
Oh my Lord. I mean, forget a 3v3 team. I mean, just Courtney alone is so scary. I mean, all these angles that she keeps getting, I mean, where is her protractor? I swear, it's like every time we see her going for a goal, the angle she's getting is like some unfathomable, like, 26-degree shot, or 130-degree shot. Just something crazy that most players would never, ever land.
She has certainly spent much time in this game, and it's why she is as renowned as she is in the women's community. But you know what? There's still a lot of game number 2, and only a 1-goal lead for Gen G. They have maybe dominating the field. They're kind of showing their presence. They're almost always there on the ball, but they still need to find more ways to convert, give themselves more of a lead, because that backfield's open. Sniper trying to find a way in. The demo will help onto Kate, and there's the equalizer for Guild.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kate is really incredible at saves, so I expected that to be a save, but that demo made it impossible for her to save it. Sniper and her team just really came together collaboratively to make sure that one happened. And that's what they need. They need more of that if they're going to come back in this series. I say that, but it's just like, again, this is the #1 seed, and they have beat pretty much every team over and over every time people go against them. Bella looking to get the redirect. She was so close. Courtney finishes the play, though. It's a pass-to-pass team play.
Really good work by Bella and Courtney to just find a way to finish that play off. It's hard to read for April in that 2-on-1 situation. What can you do in your last back? Do you read the shot that originally comes through or the pass? And Gen G finds a way to bounce right back in quick fashion into goals. Courtney with her 3rd here in this one finds an angle right off kickoff.
April, I mean, I understand why she went for that demo. You get the demo on Kate, maybe you think, okay, now I'll take control of the ball and push it. But Courtney was so fast to that, saw what was happening, and just said, I'm just going to put another one on target.
I mean, why not add another one? A 4th goal for Gen G. Another right off kickoff. Look at that pinch by Kate. And then the beautiful shot by Bella goes through 2 defenders of Guild. You can't get any better than that. Gen G, they seem to start slow in these games, but then they pick up the pace, and they're just way too fast to beat.
They are. I mean, we talk a lot about Courtney in this series, but we have to remember, Courtney's supported there by 2 other SSLs. We have Kate, who was formerly a part of Kansas City Pioneers that won WCBC in season 4. Maybe that was season 3. They had Queen Bee back then, and it was Courtney along with Kate. And so to continue to see like her come back, been pretty cool. It's almost as if she never stopped playing Rocket League, never stopped being SSL at the game. And she also, of course, has Bella. Bella has an open net opportunity. April's bump was everything to make sure that goal didn't go in.
Wow. Yeah. But this game 2's over with. Just like that. It's it's done. They can't even get the consolation goal there. Courtney will stop them in their tracks. April just doing her best to run this ball out, but Genji, another dominant victory. I mean, what else can you say? Like, phenomenal game by Genji. Courtney, I mean, monster numbers. 3 goals through the 4 of them, 7 of the 12 shots. Bella, the other 5. I mean, they just play so aggressively. It's incredible to watch.
Yeah, it does seem to be like if you look at how things fall on the pitch, it does seem to be Courtney and Bella do a lot more of the aggression. Kate seems to be back, and of course, if Kate needs to score a goal, she knows how to. But it just seems to be what naturally happens on that team, and it works incredibly well. Kate doesn't need to have numbers to be an amazing contribution to that team, but you can see the cohesion is there, the comms are there, and they don't. I don't even know if we've seen them double commit this whole series where we've seen some of that from Guild. But Guild, again, is not playing with their traditional third. Usually it is Joda, and now we see Flower here subbing in. So it's kind of hard to be getting used to a new player compared to your normal third on the fly.
I'd like to say, though, I think Flower is doing well for subbing into this position. She doesn't seem like she's out of place. I mean, there's been a couple of double commits and a couple of miscued plays, but they're up against a really, really difficult opponent. And I wouldn't say they're playing bad. I mean, when it comes down to it, Genji right now is considered number 1. So if you're managing to at least keep close with them for a majority of a game, it's hard to play those full 5 minutes against the likes of Genji. But if you have the bits and pieces in this off season to find ways to figure out different types of successes on the field, then you're not looking out too bad. But it's a misplay here, unfortunately, by April, who can't seem to get the ball across the goal line.
Yeah, what a fast one coming from Bella. 6 seconds in, already a goal for Genji. And this is a best of 5. All of our upper brackets up into the grand finals are going to be best of 5. Courtney, though, and April get a 50. April gets a whiff. Sniper maybe looking to drop it low. She brings it up, drops it down. It just won't go in the crossbar. Gonna help there. Make sure it doesn't go in.
Bella taking her time, picking this one up. A nice flick past one, and Flower can only hit it towards the corner. Does Bella get the angle? No, I wanted it so badly. That would have been a phenomenal team play, but even the threat of it there is certainly a lot to think about from the likes of Guild. This one upfield, Bella, a small touch. Courtney stealing that boost, trying to find a demo. This one crossed in front of net, and Kate there to finish. She may be third, but she has her moments to score upfield.
Wow, Bella lines that up, gets the demo. Kate just sees it and is there. I mean, again, I go back to what I said. It's not just synergy, but there's comms. And these players are all near the same ranks. With an edge going in favor of Courtney. But, again, 3 incredible players. Their playing styles just really seem to mesh well here on the pitch.
Wow. I'm just overall impressed. I'm enjoying the moment. As much as we're here to talk about the game, I'm also enjoying the moment of watching everybody playing again. It's nice to see the changes. It's nice to see the consistency out of teams like Genji. Kate here off the backboard doesn't find the double tap read. Flower and April, unfortunately, both double committing there, and good thing Sniper is able to send one at least upfield out of harm's way. It gives them a little bit of breathing room, but for how long will Guild have that breathing room? Not very long, because you know who has the ball? It's Courtney. And you know who's looking to put on a shot? It's Courtney.
She was a little bit wide there. It was cut off, but, it did look like it was definitely going to be a goal if there was space given as usual, but as we see this ball continue to be pushed, maybe Bella gonna throw it underneath, but it's April. Again, April has been doing all of the save work for Guild, and it's just incredible. She also seems to like physicality. She seems to play the way I like to play, which is demos, bumps, and very defensive. So kudos to her for keeping things away from their net, because it is not easy with the pressure coming from Genji. It's really a test and a testament to the things that Guild has in their back pocket.
Courtney takes this one across the field. See if she can get something set up. Fortunately not, and Kate will be first to this one on her way back. Finds the 50. Guild still searching for a way to score in this one. Again, a close game early on. Let's see if they can finally manage to get an edge. Another contest. Flower up early, but Bella will beat her to that one. Sniper last back, does not win that 50. April just flies, tries to get in the way. Shot here blocked away, and now April can't again get it upfilled. Every time we think there might be an opening for the likes of Guild, it's cut off in midfield by the likes of Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, as we continue to see this one unfold, Courtney puts another one on target. 3 goals for Gen G, unanswered by Guild. They have been doing an amazing job. April, though, that was just a rough one. She tried very hard to be patient to see how fast or slow that ball was coming. She pre-jumped it just a little bit. Fortunately, just didn't get the read. Courtney, though, was also right there to dunk it.
Kate doing her best again to stay in this one with the rest of Gen G. Oh, I thought that one was in. Not gonna lie. That one is indeed out by April, but saves won't help Guild at this point of the series. They need to go upfield, and unfortunately the only one upfield is Gen G.
Yeah, it's just another one on target. So now we have Gen G 4 unanswered. This is, again, a best of 5. So if Gen G takes this, they will be moving on to the next part of the upper bracket. It's just an incredible thing to watch this team just really sink onto this pitch. And Guild has done an incredible job at trying to shut them down, trying to keep them away from their net. But it's just extremely difficult.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I think, like we've mentioned a couple times this series, Guild isn't playing bad. I see a lot of positives in the gameplay. I see a lot of really successes on the field at moments. They find a way to sneak this shot in from the pass from Flower. Look, Flower beats out 1 and 2. Courtney can't find the read. So they have those moments of success. And it's nice to see that, you know what, at the end of the day, they did well. They still have the lower bracket that they can run to, but I think it's learning. It's always going to be a learning step against the likes of Gen G.
Right, and an update kind of on the lower bracket. Oh, as I say that, we have another goal on target. Kate throws it high, goes into the corner, pops center. It looked like April was going to get the touch. Lots of fakes happening there. Sniper, too, not able to get the read. And I mean, at least, you know, they got their dignity goal, is like what I like to say. A dignity goal is just when you put one on target and just leave it where it's not 0 for your team. So again, Endpoint's not giving this up. I like that they're fighting every second of this of the series.
Absolutely. Overall, a good series. Guild will go down to the lower bracket, but I think, again, not something to be too worried about. Gen G will be moving on forward, and we'll see which of the EU teams that they will be facing in our upper bracket finals.
Yes, and that was an incredible series. Guild put up an amazing fight, but again, they did go against the #1 team in all of women's carball, arguably. So it was the, you know, expected win. But they put up an incredible fight. And let's not forget, there was a series that was a little bit closer when they 4-2'd. Or 2-4'd, sorry. I made it seem like they won that one. But it's just a testament to, you know, how far this team is coming along in Guild Academy, and maybe give them, you know, some more time, and maybe we'll see a different game. But Gen G just really locked it down. Were there any plays in particular, Chixa, that you really liked on the pitch today from this from either of these teams?
I don't know. I'm not thinking of anything that stands out. I just saw a lot of passing, which is what I really appreciated. And we saw a lot of nice demo plays. I just enjoyed the communication on the field. There wasn't anything super mechanical and crazy, but it was nice to see that they were communicating with one another and able to finding the passing plays or like I said, the demo plays on the field to make those team plays possible.
Agreed, agreed. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get the next matches ready to go for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
But I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. You took my love and gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this hard time. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival. No rival. No rival. Tell me now, what you gon' do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival. No rival. I got no, 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 no rival. No rival. No rival.
everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurting again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just sickening. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is Hey, what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? I have an open invitation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell? So what the hell? What are you waiting for now? And what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you'll spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Are you ready so for what the hell? So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell?
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing. We stay when the music plays. Let's drop below where the people sway. Rising with each beat of the music is bringing.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for your patience, everybody, as we are, in fact, going to be taking you into yet another upper bracket game. This is going to be Endpoint versus Gen G. Myself, Danger Taco, alongside Chixa for this next matchup. And I feel like if we have to wait for anything, a doozy of a matchup like this is worth waiting for.
Yeah, for sure. Endpoint ends up moving on forward due to some difficulties on the side of Emma Shore. So now we have Endpoint and Gen G. And what we've seen out of Gen G is, well, they haven't lost a game yet today. They 3-0 swept Pulls without an E, and then they 3-0 swept Guild in convincing fashion. As for Endpoint, they also have yet to technically lose a game today. So one of these teams are bound to lose a game here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, I will say. Gen G is currently the world champions in multiple senses within the women's carball scene. So they are very much coming in, I would say, as the heavy favorites for this. But certainly, we also were very excited to see how Endpoint would fare against G2 Luna, and Endpoint took care of business. I think the coordination on them is definitely not lost out. And Gen G, no matter who they sub in, because previously it was Cloudy playing a lot of games. Now Kate finally gets to actually play with the squad after she was fully announced as the roster member. So apparently it still works fine. I don't really know how it's going to shake out. We do have the lobby agreed upon, everything looking fine on that end. So maybe ping won't be an issue, but Gen G certainly looked ferocious in that last one. I know Guild would probably want that series back, but Endpoint's different beast. I believe came in second place actually yesterday in one of the women's events going on in EU. So certainly they're feeling hot, at least as of lately.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. And as for that bottom bracket, G2 Luna, the first one officially out Extra beat them, but then Guild, as you saw, 2-0 beat Extra. So Guild and WAPA will be playing, and then whoever wins that will be in our losers final against whoever loses this one. So that's kind of how our bracket's shaping out. Slowly, we're whittling down in teams of, who ends up moving on forward, who could get the prize today. And not to mention, a lot is at this point, a lot is on the table because the winner of the match is guaranteed a day 2 spot in the main event. So, why not get yourself more forward, more ahead of the game, and just take this one here?
Yeah, getting in top 6 is that qualification threshold for future events. So making sure you're getting as far as possible in the bracket, particularly as far as you get in the upper bracket, that pretty much guarantees, even if you just completely bomb out from that point. So both these teams would love to be able to secure that and be able to just get that little inch closer, and being able to get at least to a lower final would very much do that. So being able to play this, though, however, getting into the finals, since I believe the prize pool split for today is top 2 only. So making sure you get into the finals at the bare minimum is really what you need to focus on, and maybe we'll be able to get our first team that does have that close of a representation get a little bit closer here, as we do apparently have everyone in the lobby. They are joining teams. So Jackson, we finally get into it after a bunch of waiting. Hopefully everyone in chat is ready for a banger series.
Yeah, I'm so ready for this one. Hopefully no one got cold, honestly, because I'm ready to see some hot Rocket League. I know you kind of hinted at Gen G probably taking this one. I would have to agree with you, but I think this one does not go down in a sweep. I think Endpoint is able to take at least one here.
Yeah, I think the thing that I've always impressed me about Endpoint is you see a lot of players, have their sad moment tweets, after a series loss or something. It's always like, could have been better. Anyway, moving on, we'll do better next time. Endpoint's the only team that I've ever seen tweet those and then consistently get better with every single event. It's really miraculous how they've been able to steadily improve. But the thing is, when you're playing against the very top, not only of NA, but in the very world, you're going to have to peak way beyond that. And right now, we're definitely seeing Gen G pour on the pressure. Right now, Takara just trying to find the escape hatch, and apparently has, even off the ceiling, almost getting a read. That would have been wild as an opener.
Yeah, Takara really has been grinding. I see her on my friend list. Sometimes she's just, just practicing, don't bother me sort of mentality. And she's gotten so phenomenally well, especially in her mechanics as time has been going on. More and more, I think this team used to talk the most about Slumpy, but at the end of the day, I think everyone is really equally matched. They all have their strengths. They all pop off at times, and Takara is the one to look out for. It's a shame she couldn't make that first shot, couldn't give her team a little bit more starting momentum, but a little bit of misses, I guess we'll just call it, in the backfield will leave this one open for Kate.
That was an awkward bounce as well. I think Alanis actually was creeping up, and that might have thrown Takara a little bit off, as that ball looked like it was going to be landing somewhat more toward the middle, but I think it hit right where that ball, or rather the sidewall becomes the corner, made an awkward angle, and just not able to react in time. So an unfortunate one to give up if you're Endpoint. You never want to give away an open roller, especially against a team like Gen G, but doesn't much mean about how the rest of the series is going to go. Bella into Kate, trying to slot that back post just enough to make it inside.
I mean, shooter's gotta shoot. Kate's been a little bit quiet, but getting her opportunities here upfield and makes the most out of it. It's a shot that's well placed. It's behind the defense. It's off bottom left corner. It's a great job penalizing the likes of Endpoint early just by a couple of mistakes. But you know what? There's still time. It's game number 1 in this series. They're going to have to clean up their play, but we did say they're probably a little bit cold in this one, and we're just heating up.
And the issue is we talk a lot about how Rocket League sometimes is based around momentum, and as you can see, Gen G does not need a lot of run-up. They can get up to top speed very quickly, and right now we can maybe see Courtney getting into the mix there. Nice shot, not able to join Kate on the scoreboard. Bella, likewise, is trying to just get past the defense, I think, on that one. You're going to have to take a back wall deflection instead. Endpoint. Open chance to set up. Alanis on the backboard, ready for the pass. It's a tap down. Takara can't get to it in time. The set down just wasn't fast enough on the drop.
I love to see these opportunities that Endpoint is trying to create. They're getting there, but unfortunately, it seems like they just run out of boost when they need it in each moment. A little bit of a double commit there. Alanis will put this one somewhat on target. It's saved away by Kate, and upfield there, the ball leaves its space, leaves out of the danger side of Gen G because they're able to transition so fluidly upfield. That's how they keep their own pressure going. They're not allowing Endpoint pressure for long. Every time it seems somebody is ready to put some sort of touch upfield, and it's phenomenal to watch.
Takara trying to take the soft touch, but it's a nice aerial up. Alanis feed over the top. Kate's a little bit late to that one. Slumpy is going to match it with a 50. So Alanis, I like that possession play, though Courtney was trying to watch that one. You can see sometimes Gen G doesn't even need necessarily to get to the play first. They're just so good at predicting and being just close enough to be relevant in the play. Of course, as I'm heaping praise onto them, it's still Endpoint just levying shot after shot. Now maybe even a bump, but interfered with. Bella getting a bit of Takara, which gives Gen G a little bit of a reprieve.
Only temporarily. Slumpy still in this one with Alanis. Takara beats here, sends it center. Kate is ready upfield. There's Courtney in midfield, and it's almost on target. Bella will just get this one off the sidewall. Tries to sit up with Courtney here. They don't find a pinch. Out of boost is Courtney, staying on this ball. The 50s for Alana. She's winning them, but Bella's there. Gets the shot off. Saved by Takara. And Endpoint still searching for a way to score in this one.
And right now, you're starting to see Endpoint have to resign themselves to just longer clears down the field. And the issue is that that's not able to actually get through the defense, because ultimately Gen G just rotates all the way back and then just clears it right on through back into our blue side. So trying to see if Endpoint can build something is important, particularly because we are not dealing with a lot of time here, Jigsaw. 30 seconds is quite a lot to get 2 goals, much less even get 1 at this point. Even with demos, Endpoint still can't break past that final line of defense.
No, they just haven't found that opportunity. Like I said, they're getting there, but it seems to be they run out of boost. They have to have these long rotations back to their own side. They pick up their own boost pads, and by then, the transition's so fast for Gen G, they're already on the offensive zone, and now Endpoint needs to defend again. Might be one last opportunity for Endpoint, but it's cleared away, and look, upfield is Courtney to extend that play further. It ends up being a little game of pit ball, but there it goes. Courtney finds one more for Gen G.
That's the most Courtney type of goal. Just get a weird double tap on an angle, and Slumpy says, "Oh, I didn't realize I was still up." Not like it really changes anything. It's still Gen G taking home the dub at the end of the day. It was 2-0, now it's 3, but that is very much what you expect out of Gen G. It's just a steady march forward, and Endpoint can't do much about it, despite getting a fair amount of pressure. I will say, definitely not one-sided traffic.
Yeah, 10 shots for Gen G, and then on the other end of the field, 7, but none, of course, going on in. 5, which saved. 2 that mean we're off target, but Endpoint had their opportunities. They just couldn't finish. Maybe a little bit more quality on those shots, better passes, making sure that you're picking up every small boost pad you can to maintain boost. The amount of times I saw Endpoint at 0 boost, even with Director Cam, was outstanding. They need better control, or else they're not going to be able to match that speed and pace that Gen G put on the field.
It can be difficult to be able to match that pace, particularly because you see Gen G a couple times. It's actually something Endpoint was doing a lot versus G2 Luna earlier in the day, where Gen G is just abusing the backboard. Sometimes it's not even a shot on target. It's just making sure that first defender misses every single time. And eventually, when Endpoint's cycling through so quickly and you're just burning through resources, burning through your movements, positioning, you start to realize, I don't think we have anyone that shot. And luckily, they are able to finally get those touches away. But those long attacks from Gen G, it just feels like they never rotate back because, frankly, they just don't need to. They're so good at maintaining pressure, and I think that's the biggest issue any team has to overcome. So going into Urban Central, it's really the main question for me on Endpoint. Can you manage yourselves on defense and then compose yourselves enough to get up on attack?
A lot of questions that will soon be answered. Nonetheless, I would love to see Endpoint score at least 1 goal in this one. Find a little bit of success early. A nice beat there. Can Alanis find the read just off the bar? But the follow-up is there. And Endpoint indeed on the board first.
Love this play from Slumpy here, mainly because Alanis is upfield. It looks like it's a goal, but the problem is it's a little bit too far over the shoulder, and yet Slumpy is still there just in case to bury it home. And it's nice to be able to see that instead of just starting to celebrate, taking things for granted on the finish, making sure that goes through before Gen G can react.
Courtney taking her time. Flip reset here, utilizes it quickly, finds it on target, saved by Alanis. And now she'll have to, unfortunately, give that ball away. Kate off the ceiling, Bella across the net. Courtney waits patiently, will steal that boost as well. Slumpy gets the clear, but Alanis with the demo, and now following up, gets it over Kate. Courtney, unfortunately, needs to own goal, or else that one would have been on anyways.
That's a nice dribble by Alanis, but more importantly, like this catch down, I mean, it turns into a flawless pass. The control on that is difficult enough to set it up, but being able to then not just knock it away or pinch it to the side and being able to keep it straight down the middle. As you said, it looks like an unfortunate own goal, but again, what other choice do you have? That ball is going in, whether Gen G likes it or not.
Great start for Endpoint. This is exactly what I felt was going to happen. They just needed a little bit more juice, a little bit more to bring to the table, understand what Gen G is against them, and now they're adapting. They're playing well early on, and the momentum that we've always known, every caster notes, is in their favor, and that's certainly going to help them in the long run. Shot here for Slumpy on target. Courtney just finding a piece of that ball, but now still Gen G on the back foot. Kate, a great challenge. Backflip here for Slumpy to send it up. Alanis won't find contact. Courtney up the wall. Slumpy reads it well, and Bella blocks it back into midfield, where yet again Endpoint is still at least able to challenge.
Ooh, fantastic half flip there from Takara, being able to cut that one out. And it's just tiny movements like this from Endpoint where you see no hesitation on a lot of these reads. And I think that really helps them because sometimes you pause for a second, especially on these infield passes, balls hit behind you, and you're not really sure how to position it. It doesn't feel like Endpoint is suffering from that at all. They have their decision in mind. They make it just in time. And I think right now, Gen G is trying to find a way to break through that. Something that is not often a term we associate with Gen G, seemingly always the team, rather, with Plan A that usually works to success.
Yeah. We mentioned a ton of times, too, this is off-season. We have to wonder how often are these girls scrimming? How many teams are available to scrim? How many are scrambled? Are they, enjoying their summer, like a break? Are they doing other things as a team? A lot can kind of happen, and now Gen G, they are finding their footing again in this one. It was a double commit, unfortunately, and Courtney kind of thrown into that one on that bump, but you know what? You get your goal, you find a little bit of piece of momentum, and now Gen G has won.
I mean, Courtney's, she's such a good player. I wouldn't be surprised. Just knew that bump was coming. Somehow positions herself, be able to be like, nah, even if I get bumped, it's still going to go in the back of the net. So unfortunate from Takara. You do everything well, except maybe approach her a little bit from the left or right next time, and then maybe make sure that doesn't happen as a next time. You got a 1-goal lead to defend. Maybe a second there as Kate, I think, hesitated a bit. Almost allowed Slumpy in.
Kate, huge clear up field. There comes Bella already on the outlet pass, but this one's way too far. Touch away. Bella misses it. Alanis the demo. Kate will be first to it. Slumpy sends it down. Courtney maybe a little bit off target, but Takara can't get the shot. She'll still stay on this ball. Courtney the 50. No turn for Slumpy, who's all the way back. will wait patiently. Another demo from Takara. And I think these demos are certainly hindering the likes of Genji. They just can't seem to find a way upfield. They're not getting that pressure. That shot count isn't there. And when the shots come through, they're not as deadly as they need to be.
This one could be pretty deadly, as Courtney was the only one to get to that, but unfortunately the shot has to go underneath the first defender, which means it's not going to get past the second. Slumpy, they need a second defender to step up. Certainly Kate and Bella both tried at that one, but the double commit doesn't really help because Takara is too far away. Alanis has to hit it all the way to the far side, and right now I would say Endpoint is probably fine just to play some possession, as you guys are looking at a beautiful black screen for right now as we're slowly
Actually,
waiting
they're
in. I
looking
suppose
at
it's
us.
just is this the radio? It's the radio broadcast now. You get to watch us podcast the play-by-play.
You know, I think I remember, I don't know when this moment was. I think it was CRL when something happened. And on a stream, I think James Bot had his phone and was like, using the reflection for everyone to watch the game. And it's a very vivid memory of mine that
There it is.
they talk through it while
There we
trying
go.
to show the
Done.
reflection of the game.
we have Courtney scoring, so there you go. You have a little bit of update there. Ball out to the corner, Kate with the infield pass, and Courtney just able to slot one. So it is 2-2
We saw
there.
it. We see the shot.
Okay, so there you go. We got that update, and now we're back. See, production magic.
Really, really good stuff overall. Good resilience by the likes of Genji. They're tied up in this one, and we may see overtime if nobody's able to score in the remaining 22 seconds.
And so I was gonna say, Endpoint, before they got their the game crash, we weren't able to necessarily foresee what was about to happen. They're saying if you have the lead, especially with limited time, you don't need to play effective offense. You really just need to hold the ball up in the midfield. Unfortunately, they can only do so much until Genji gets one more chance and maybe gets a steal here at 0 seconds. In and out save from the top of their bar. Endpoint stays alive for some OT.
Ooh, Slumpy off kickoff, finds it first, gets a nice touch off the corner, but Bella reads the backboard well. Doesn't find the second touch, Kate spinning. This one quick, Courtney finds the deflection, and oh my goodness, what a start to this overtime. Quick at it, Bella shot here, it's just under the bar, but saved by Takara. Kate here also up, Takara the miss. Is someone going to be to this one quick enough? Alanis, oh my goodness, sends it away, and I can't barely speak fast enough.
There's too many syllables in these names. They just all need to go by singular letters. It would save us a lot of time as casters, but until that day comes, we'll just have to be dealing with this back and forth, particularly with how fast it's moving. That clear right back in the endpoint half before they can even recover and get their boost. Alanis trying to send it on back with an air dribble. Courtney up early, and he's able to read that, but maybe not getting Slumpy. Kate dove in. That leaves Bella alone, but Slumpy can't double tap it back in the middle. Alanis trying to rescue it down to Takara, but Bella dives in, gets the air dribble steal off the backboard, and Kate and Courtney unfortunately just have to watch that one as they send it to the sideline.
Takara tries to send it upfield. Midfield presence very much controlled by Genji. They get this one out to midfield, but this one bounces too far. Shot here for Courtney. Slumpy can't find the read, and Genji rally back 3 unanswered goals in order to win this game too.
If I had to guess on Slumpy there, I think Slumpy jumped as Courtney hit the ball, expecting that to be a lot more powerful of a shot. As you can see, flies right by it, not necessarily because of a lack of a read, more so just because they got a little bit of a change-up. It was too slow of a shot. I think Courtney just wanted to make sure that was below the bar, as they've been not dealing with the bar super well. But the resilience of Genji is something to be applauded. Even after 13 shots from Endpoint, still able to come away with the dub.
I can't remember the last time Genji was outshot in a game. Endpoint, really, they gave it their all. They had those adjustments, and they just couldn't finish. They couldn't find that one singular goal, and they couldn't save enough of those shots as well that came through from Genji at the end of the day. Quality will win out. Courtney, all through the goals as well, gets another hat trick on the day. I mean, it's hard to save. It's hard, really, to play against Genji. And now Endpoint, they have one more opportunity to try and win to extend the series further, or else Genji will be securing themselves into our finals.
It can be certainly difficult when you look at a game like this because it felt like everything's going right. You are getting your goals, you're getting more majority of the shots, you're even forcing mistakes out of your women's world champions. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, if we can keep this going, it's fine. But then the first goal goes in, and then you're starting to wonder, okay, well, it's a little dicey. We have to make sure we're still wasting time. Then the second goal goes in, and then at that point, I think the panic starts creeping into the back of your mind. You got to make sure you stay locked in. And I think definitely the hardest part about Genji is, yes, you might be able to get some goals to go in. But one thing that shows is that you have to truly play the full 5 minutes and however many minutes of OT you might be able to force out of them, unless they will be able to break through eventually. They're just so difficult to be able to figure out.
Well, we'll see. Has Endpoint figured out Genji? I don't think so. I don't think you can figure out Courtney. This one all the way from the other end of the field. She'll put it on target. She'll put it on in. Nobody back for Endpoint.
It's great awareness as well from the kind of de facto Genji captain. As you see that play coming forward, Endpoint is creeping up, but they're just far away enough that Courtney's not worried at all about that shot. You should be worried about Alanis on the kickoff. That's a laser into the back of the net.
That's how you answer back right off kickoff, finding the rebound, finding the counterattack, finding that momentum. Endpoint's not going down without a fight in this one, and I love to see that they're managing to find more here. But man, do we get another kickoff goal without Courtney's been playing this one? I think our timer's run out for kickoff potential, but we'll see. Does the game settle, or are we going to stay up quick to this one?
Yeah, certainly when you have a quick exchanges of goals, more or less we've just reset the game. It's functionally back at 0-0, but we just lost a couple seconds out there. But now, yes, we will be able to actually get into the mid-game and see what happens when everyone has to play creatively. How about that? The fear instilled by Courtney means the pass is wide open.
It's a selfless play. It's a really great pass. The entire team pass as well. Kate initially finding a way to initiate the play, give the pass to Courtney, who in turn gives it to Bella and finishes it out. It's a fake in a sense of Courtney not shooting it and us expecting her very much to do so. And there she is at it again. I can't even break down the last play because she's already here and making the next one.
Bella just being a thorn in the side, literally reversing and then back flipping into Takara to get the bump. One of the most creative ways to clear out a defender. I mean, as long as you can be close to the defender, you can be involved in the play. Very well done by Bella to facilitate that third goal.
Well, I guess here we go at it again. Now Endpoint down by 2, need to rebound in this one, and that's never a good territory against Genji. Courtney, a third. Here's another hat trick for her on the day, and again, Genji just rolling. All the dominoes falling in their favor.
And this is what I was talking about with Genji, when it's almost like they never have to improvise because it always feels like plan A, and they always have the reads that they want to go for. Right there, longer clear from Courtney. Slumpy has the read, but Bella knows that most likely you don't want to put it to the near side corner. You want to put it to the far side. It gets read by Bella, and then we get a goal. This time it's going to be Courtney here on more or less the kickoff of this bounce. Portakar just caught in no woman's land, whatever you want to call it.
No, I totally get what you're saying, but oh man. I don't know what to do. I don't want to say this game's chalked up already, but Genji scores 5 goals in a minute and 15 seconds, and you're kind of asking yourself, how did that even happen? You know, I blinked my eyes a couple times, and poof, 5 on the scoreboard for Genji, and it doesn't look like they're giving up. Okay, a little bit of a back pass. The team will reset. And somehow Endpoint is going to need to find a way to answer. Here's a good challenge. Dare I say it sneaks on in? I didn't think it had the trajectory, but man, that one just flies on in.
Of all the angles to have, you can see Kate really thinking, really, the only place on that goal I cannot reach to the back post. But hey, Takara chooses her points and chooses them well. Now you have something to build off of. The only good thing about Genji exploding forward offense is that you have time, but as I say that, just reset that timer. I mean, there's a lot of things to fear about Courtney. Shooting 100% off 5 shots is terrifying, though.
I don't know how she gets back to it off kickoff. She beats out not only the kickoff person, but then the follow-up from Slumpy as well. Manages to find her wheels, find her footing, recover, and here we go again. 4-goal lead back for Gen G, and we still have 3 minutes of gameplay left. There's so much clock time, but this game has already gone through so many goals. I think at this point, I mean, chat, take your pick on how many goals we'll end with, because we have a lot of time and we're already at 8.
Yeah, I mean, we're not necessarily keeping formal stats here, but this is more or less a stat padding game where you're just trying to run up that statistic to cartoonish levels. And if you're Courtney, I mean, 5 shots, 5 goals is not too shabby. Maybe just get Kate involved. Right now, Kate is just sitting down there with 0, the only person not on the scoreboard, and I think Takara is making sure that stays that way. That's a nice save on the near side. And weirdly enough, despite the scoreline and how fast this game has been moving, we have just hit halftime. Endpoint trying to pull it together, but it's so hard when Courtney bags her 6th.
Wow, that's 9 total goals. I'm saying we're getting to 13 by the end of this one. That's my pick. Courtney as well, double hat trick, 6 of 6. I mean, you can't ask for more. An endpoint at this point, I think it's past the point of no return. If this was early in the series, this is one of those you just kind of pack up and say, oh, well, you know, move on, go next. And I think that's what endpoint needs to think. Let's not get down on ourselves. There is a lower bracket. They need to be thinking about that next. You know, how can we get through this lower bracket? How can we, as a team, keep our spirits up and just try to look towards those positives?
And ultimately, if you do lose to a team, it's usually Gen G. Like, in any bracket that Gen G is in, that's normally the team that you're going to face off against. Upper bracket, it's going to be a tough task. But now you have been able to play against them. You've been able to understand what the strategy is, and you get some goals to boost the momentum. They're not an invincible team. They're just a razor sharp at times. You can cut them back.
A nice one here for Slumpy. Puts it, again, well placed, which is, I love the accuracy that all the girls have been shooting today. I think it's what's made these shots really hard to defend against, as well as those team plays and those demos on the goal line. All have been such quality when you watch it on the field. Oh no, almost a double pass. Bella can't finish it here, but the creativity is just certainly at its finest.
As you can see, a little bit of a musty setup off the sidewall from Takara, so not afraid of customizing the shot selection. Courtney to the back post to Kate with the pre-jump. Would have been nutty. That would have been one of the better goals that we have seen in quite some time in the women's scene, but unfortunately just tragically denied by the post.
Yeah, I think Gen G really is trying their best to set up Kate with a goal here, and again, getting super creative with it on the pitch. I enjoy watching them work, seeing kind of how their brains figure things out, the gears turn. Can they get the angle they need to get this pass in or the target of that goal? All those things, so fun to watch. But now we're finally under that minute mark, and Gen G just needs to hold on a little bit longer to finish this one off. I think this one will roll on in. I mean, I don't want to say comeback potential, but 3 goals in 44 seconds isn't impossible.
Yeah, we need more Alanis peak kickoffs to be sure, but other than that, it's more or less Gen G also not being too lackadaisical. You see a lot of kind of wide rotations on the far side. I think they all trusted, that's going to get cleared, and then, of course, that one goes in the back of their net. So certainly Gen G made to make sure this one isn't a laughing stock of a comeback and making sure that they actually close this one out. Pretty tough if you ever had the headline of scoring 7 and still losing. Alanis actually might get one back. Slumpy is able to convert, so they are on track. With 45 seconds remaining, they needed 3 more, and 15 seconds later, more or less, they have won.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Okay, spoken into existence. It's not impossible, guys. Well, we'll figure it out. Alanis ends up winning this one. Can she get a good touch? That's a phenomenal touch to the center. A 1-goal difference for Endpoint.
I feel like I'm going to eat my shoe live if this actually happens. I cannot fathom what I'm witnessing right now. Endpoint within 1 goal with 22 seconds to go. I have to think Gen G takes the safest kickoff possible here.
Do they even go for it? You know, that would be kind of memey. But anyways, I was ready for them to fake it, you know? I wouldn't have expected that. It was kind of, you know, creativity playing. A miss there from Alanis. The shot's not in. The bounce is good. Slumpy looking to go the lengths of the field, wins the 50 here. here, but it's high. Courtney stalling for time. 1 second. This ball cannot touch the ground. Here comes Fluffy and Alanis and Takara. And you know what? The game ends just like that. A 1 goal difference.
I'm not gonna lie, I clenched a little. Like I tensed up my chair. Like it's like that's so close. Almost. I don't know how well you could see that on director cam within game, but that catch was almost on. They had 2 players around it. There was a pass technically middle, so that very well could have been probably the best comeback I've ever seen out of any team across any competition. But it's Gen.G. They close it out. They get that win. 13-goal thriller. The way we end this series as Gen.G will be able to move on, get into that winners final. And I will say, a brutal way to lose for Endpoint, but it shows their resilience and why they're a top team across the entire world, not just in the EU.
Yeah, and looking at the bracket, it seems like Guild managed to beat Team Lapa in a 3-game thriller 2-1. So Endpoint and Guild will be playing against one another to both try to rematch the likes of Gen.G. So I think a lot on our next game. But Taco, any last thoughts for the series we just had?
I'm glad I don't have to eat my shoe on stream because I definitely would have been shocked if Endpoint got that victory. But maybe next time. Maybe next time we'll get that on a series.
Alrighty then. Well, that was our upper bracket final. Only 2 more series left in the day. We'll be going down to the lower bracket to see who will fight Gen.G in the end. We'll be going for a quick break. Stay tuned because this one's going to be a thriller.
But I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. You took my love, then gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne.
Hi, everybody. Of course, welcome back. Hopefully, we didn't leave you as long as last time in our break. So, Taka's going to take a quick rest. And of course, I am back with a Rocket Star. We're excited. It's our lower bracket finals. Guild has made it all the way through to it. Endpoint, of course, just losing to Gen G. And these two are going to face up in hopes that they can rematch Gen G.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes down. We have not seen Endpoint and Guild go against each other, so should be an interesting one. Again, and Guild is playing with their sub Flower, so we haven't really seen what I feel like is their strongest suit yet. Anytime you have a player come out and be swapped with your main, it tends to change team chemistry just a little bit. Endpoint having their main roster, I feel like, is an advantage for them. Slumpy, Takara, and Alanis, like, they've done really, really well. They came very close with some of the games against Gen G, but of course Gen G, they're just hard to take down. They put things on target way too well. But this particular match, Endpoint and Guild, should be interesting. It's going to be very close, so I don't know how I'm going to throw my prediction. But I'm going to give it to Endpoint because, again, Endpoint had made top 4 to make Rocket Clash, which means that they won against the now Guild squad. So that's where I'm going to land things.
You know, I'm only going to give it to Guild, just so I can be different than you in prediction, and because Guild has made a complete lower bracket run. I mean, they 2-0'd Extra, they 2-1 Team Wappa, so I think they've been fighting a little bit longer in this lower bracket, and they haven't faced Gen G all the way since semifinals, so it's definitely fresh, and they've been fighting to get back to that moment in upper finals.
Yeah, that's this could go either way. So it'd be interesting to see how it all unfolds onto the pitch because, I mean, again, you got really great matchups happening here. Both teams have similar ranked players, GC2, GC3 range. All of them are European, so this is probably the first all Europe match I think we've had. Is that right, Chixa?
As for today, yeah, other than Baby Endpoint, I'm sure that actually never really happened. So yeah, this is the first official one for today. Of course, we had them historically, but in this tournament, yes.
Yeah, but doesn't matter what we're talking about in terms of the predictions. It matters what happens here on the pitch. So we see Endpoint and Guild kind of going back and forth right now. Just throwing the ball up, hoping to get something center. Sniper throws it to the back wall, but it's cleared away. Takara gets that, and Slumpy clears it away, maybe hoping to bang it on target. It's Sniper now on the attack. Honest's gonna get the clear. It's just not everybody's filling each other out.
That's exactly how game 1 normally is on the pitch, so I'm not surprised First Blood will go to Flower, who I said today has been playing phenomenally well, normally not paired with Sniper in April, but I think she's been playing her best on the pitch, and we'll start it off for Guild.
That was a nice shot. Strong start for them. Really, really nice awareness there as Flower pops it high. Slumpy pre-jumps that, gets the touch. April on the attack, throws it to the back wall high. Slumpy gonna get the read. Looking for her teammate Takara to follow through. She gets a double, but it goes right to Flower. Flower waited patiently in the right exact spot for where that ball was going. And that really matters. And Flower once again on the attack. Just can't get it on target. Slumpy gonna get the save. There's just a lot of attacks going down right now, and both teams doing a good job keeping things away defensively. And as I say that, Takara puts a 1 on target. This is the first goal for Endpoint here in game 1.
Fortunately, a little bit miscommunication between both April and Sniper. I believe they pass one another. They don't touch the ball, and Flower's too late to that challenge. So taking full advantage is Takara to find the goal, find the equalizer for Endpoint. Now it's a 1-1 game. Both teams have kind of felt each other out. We'll see who indeed puts their pace forward, sets that tone, and finds other ways to score, get that lead for themselves back again.
April off of the wall though. She misses her touch. Wasn't able to get a push it the way she wanted to there, but it goes to Alanis. Alanis to Slumpy. Shut down by Sniper. Pass isn't going to be a redirect to Slumpy. Gets cut down because of the defensive pressure. But it looks like maybe Alana scores something. No, instead it's going to go in favor of Slumpy. Look at this passing play. Slumpy to the back, to the wall. Flower gets the save, but the save just goes right to Slumpy. Slumpy puts it on target. Endpoint now put themselves up 1 goal in this first game.
Really good work. Teamwork on the side of Endpoint. They do exactly what they need to, and they're again pushing for a way to score. April sends this one out again in conjunction with Flower. They're kind of on top of one another. A nice shot here. Alanis able to save it away, and this one will go quick to Slumpy. Actually catches it so well to send it towards the opposing corner. What a pinch to put it in front of the net, but yes, the fake does enough to send it safely into the corner for Guild, but they're struggling. They're low on boost. They're doing their best to try to get out of the way and get back on the offensive side of the field, but this is the first clear they'll have, and they'll have some space to work with.
Yeah, Sniper's up with it though. The ball just going to drop right to April, not in the way they wanted it to. It's cleared away, and Alanis Takara might have a passing play that lines up for them. As Slumpy though sees it, she has to do something because Takara was demoed, but just not anything going to be a goal here. Not going to be on target. Takara to the corner. Slumpy can't get the touch. It's just a little bit too high for her. She does get a bump onto April, and that's going to be an upper 90 shot from Alanis.
Alanis is locked in this one. 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 save, 2 shots thus far. She has played admirably out on the field, really giving her team the edge in a lot of these scores. It's been great overall for her as well defensively. It's nice to see the step up that some team members take. Sometimes they're like, okay, maybe Takara isn't on this game mechanically, so maybe I'm going to step up and decide to make some plays myself. It's the teamwork that we like to see. This Endpoint roster has been a roster now for quite some time. Especially, I think we mentioned earlier how long Takara and Slumpy, the two of them, have been playing, and it shows on the field that they find ways to make plays together.
As Takara puts that one in for her team. Sniper thought she was going to get a dunk, but instead it ends up almost looking like a psycho, but not exactly quite. Needed a touch. It's just great team chemistry continues to pay off for Endpoint. They're making a lot of smart decisions, and you can tell, again, it's that trust factor that a lot of teams that haven't been together don't have. That's why we don't see double commits happening from them. It also usually means they have strong comms, but what just happened there? It looked like a breakdown in the defense. Flower and April just get it past Takara and Slumpy.
Unfortunate for Takara and Slumpy. Both go up for it. Both don't have the correct read, and both end up getting out of position. So Flower will be able to put that one in the back of the net. She has both goals right now for Guild. We need to see April and Sniper getting something upfield, but I feel like normally we see Joda be the same sort of position player as Flower is. She's very much upfield often with the trio of them. So it needs to be a little bit more, I think, even across the pitch when it comes to offensively, because Guild can't just rely on Flower to finish off these plays.
Yeah, they are, not cohesively all the way together, but they have made some great plays. Guild just has to kind of synergize a little bit stronger here, but I mean, even there, that looked like maybe a bit of a comms issue. Flower looked like for a moment that she didn't know that was incoming. That should have definitely been calmed, so she should have turned a little bit faster there, keep the pressure up. The sense of urgency seems a little bit weak right now from Guild, a little bit out of sorts, but Flower sees that urgent need to get that save, and they only have 8 seconds left in this one.
Oh, don't count anything out just yet, Rocket. Flower will find her third with 4 seconds left. A kickoff goal is all that stands between Guild and coming back.
What a shot indeed. I mean, 4 seconds and a dream? This is the part where I would tell my team, let's go for a kickoff goal, and Slumpy really wanted it, but couldn't find it. The ball, I said Slumpy, like as if they really needed it. But they wanted just another goal into the net to maybe just keep things a little bit solidified here and not have to worry about anything, though. The goal going to be 4-3 in this first game. Endpoint takes our game 1.
I think overall Endpoint playing better as a team and that giving them their victory in this game. 7 shots distributed throughout across the team. Guild Academy, 5 of the 6 shots coming from Flower, all 3 goals coming from Flower. It's just been really, a phenomenal game for Flower in particular, and April and Sniper just too quiet to help. They needed to assist the likes of Flower more in order to get more aggressive upfield and figure out how to defend against a lot of the pressure that Endpoint was putting on them. So hopefully we see some changes for Guild and April and Sniper wake up a little bit and get going on the field.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard and how some of the points shaked out, we had 5 shots coming from Flower. 3, aka all of the goals happening for Guild, came from Flower. So the Sniper and April have to get more involved on this pitch. They have to be there for these passes. They have to just get their comms together, trust a little bit more. I haven't really seen any like real double commits coming or triple commits coming from either side. So it means that their comms are usually on point and there's a little bit of trust, but accuracy and speed, sense of urgency really need to come into play. Maybe some physicality as well.
Yeah, I think all those certainly will paint a picture. We'll figure out what happens in this one. April finds the follow-up on the 50, and first to score is Guild.
I think they were listening to me and wanted to prove me wrong. They did a great job there, at least getting themselves started here. I think that's the first game they didn't actually score first, but here they did. Flower looking to put another one on target. It's blocked away by Takara. Alanis in a really bit of a precarious space as Slumpy and Alanis look to clear this. Get the redirect. The pass is shut off. Flower yet again saving the day. Ooh. And getting a pinch, creating some nice pressure onto Endpoint.
Her control has been phenomenal with that ball, whether it be the read on her side of the field or that pinch. It's nice to see the things that Flower has done just to stay creative and unpredictable on the field. Alanis now going towards the opposite end. Good read for Sniper off the backboard. Alanis the field's backflip, and to take over will be Takara, but only temporarily. Flower out of boost will still be able to beat Alanis, but Slumpy last back sends one out. This one sent to midfield, but Takara is there to take control. Back, a little bit of ping pong action, and just happens.
What a bang. April throws it hard, and Alanis and Slumpy both commit for that, and neither hit the ball. I just think they were both caught off guard. They reacted too fast, weren't able to get the read, but that kickoff, the cheat, actually looked really good there as Slumpy slows it down, centers it. The net is wide open. Alanis ends up hitting the back, hits the crossbar. Crossbar saves the day for Guild. But not for long. It
doesn't save him for long. Slumpy manages to find the shot here just as it's everywhere. The contest doesn't come through quick enough. Someone needs to be on that ball after it bounces off that crossbar, but instead too late. Out of boost is the side of Guild, and Endpoint will find one here. Still plenty of time left to go. Drop down here. Takara finds the read. It's a nice shot, and just like that, bang, bang, 2 goals in the row for Endpoint, and they're tied up in this one.
It's nice to see everything tied up. Takara, that slight touch into that corner space looked like it shouldn't have been a goal. Looked like it should have been a save away, but holy smokes. And April looking to be on the attack, but it is saved away. Alanis coming clutch there. They like to call her Bosch Alanis because she's very good at what she does. She's great on this pitch. Really great asset for Slumpy and Takara. She's on the attack right now, looking to center, maybe get a bump to Sniper, but it's not going to happen. And just a little bit of ping pong happening right now.
Takara controlling into the midfield, gets it past 2, in fact. Sniper trying to get back to it quick enough. April will send this one away, almost on target, in fact. Looking to follow up, find a contest, does indeed bump Alanis, but can't get past Slumpy. Flower now off the side. Well, doesn't have enough height to follow up an April's shot off target. So upfield, this one will go for Endpoint. But Sniper sends it right back where it came from. A lot of losing possession, but the reads have just not been good for Endpoint. Sniper, top right corner shot and on target for Guild.
A touch from Slumpy ends up being a pass, unfortunately, and Sniper just takes advantage. And now this is the first time we've seen them with a goal lead. So you got to be a little bit worried there for for Guild. I mean, is this their chance to start coming back and being a little bit stronger in this series? This is a best of 5, so this is really just a matter about consistency, or at least pulling it together so that there is a bit of ways for you to come back in this.
Sniper back towards mid. April picking it up. Guild still pressuring. They've done the best this game thus far of putting on pressure. A bump onto Sniper, but still manages her footing well. April, the pass. This one blocked outright, and Endpoint finally gathers some space from all that pressure. Nice demo, though, onto Takara, and that allows Guild to get upfield.
Yeah, it looks like Sniper wanted to go on the attack, but throws right into the corner. April up, bangs it, goes right back on the wall, and goes on the attack for the 50 from the ceiling drop. Slumpy, though, just throws it away. That ends up being a pass to Sniper, who gets it to Flower. Flower bangs it high, and it's Alanis yet again clearing it away. It just really, really is hard to have any one of these teams score right now, but it's nice to see that they're constantly really getting some aggression down, and maybe even a goal, but just off target.
Slumpy back in midfield. Ooh, this game is so good. Sniper drop down. April's there, gets the beat. Alanis, a huge save on the goal line, and Takara, the block to follow. Endpoint barely holding on. They need to get upfield, but a pass here. Flower shot saved away by Takara. Endpoint has maybe one opportunity. 50 here. This one for Flower sent back away. 10 seconds left. Desperately, Endpoint need to look upfield. A bump by Takara. Alanis is up. Can't get the 50 on target. One final second. Guild able to take game 2.
You know, there was a huge difference. There was a huge change in this for Guild. If you look at the scoreboard, right, instead of it being Flower doing everything, you know, April stepped up, Sniper stepped up, and it looked like Flower played a little bit more defensively. We had 5 shots coming from April, 3 from Sniper, and when you look at Endpoint, everything was kind of even across the board. 2 assists, 2 saves, 2 shots from Alanis, 1 goal, 2 saves, 2 shots to Kara, 1 goal, 2 saves, 1 shots from Slumpy. So it's like extremely even from Endpoint. And again, Guild just continues to have these weird flippity flops motions, but maybe this is the right concept to leave Flower kind of more in that defensive space and let April and Sniper push a little bit more. And maybe we might continue to see better things happen in the series.
Yeah, I think they certainly got more creative with it. I like to use the word unpredictable because that's the entirety of Rocket League. It happens so fast, you're always trying to predict your opponent. But with April and Sniper really locked in this game, it was very unpredictable because you were worried about Flower after her game 1 presence, that you weren't ready to face the entirety of Guild kind of being a threat on the pitch. So allowing them to do just that and play so well caught Endpoint off guard, and they were able to just manage a lead. And now we find ourselves in a 1-1 series score. Both teams now fighting to try and gain match point in this best of 5.
Yes, and you said it. We talked about this earlier. The advantages of teams being together longer. And Sniper and April have played together for quite some time. Same is the story of Slumpy and Takara. And, they've probably had Alanis now, again, a season and a half or so. And, Flower joined this season. So she's not, and she's really kind of moved around from from a few different teams. But one thing we do know is she is incredible at the game. So can't count anyone out. Just going to be really a matter of comms and trust and rotations. Things that happen very fast, but as a team, they really have to happen on point in order for your team to win.
Mm-hmm. All very valid points. And a quiet start to game number 3. Unless Sniper can hit something nutty. A double commit. That one's going to be a goal. Slumpy? Yeah. Really, really good transition play. You can't double commit there. That's really it.
I agree. And Slumpy just took that slight moment to make sure she got the shot on target. That's the most important thing. Open nets are rush most of the time, which is why they always say there's nothing worse than a open net, because the goal should be a goal. You have all the time in the world, but you're in the back of your mind, you're just like, the net's open, I need to hurry up and score this. And then teams end up rushing the shot attempt and missing.
Talking about missing a shot attempt, that one too close for comfort on the side of Endpoint. And now more pressure coming on through. Alanis, a good block, midfield presence held right now for Endpoint. April bouncing this one out, and Guild having a hard time getting out of their half.
And now into the corner is Alanis and Sniper. The ball gonna get chipped just above, flicked just above everyone on Guild. Maybe go center. No. That 15 was Slumpy gonna go all the way to Takara, who's now controlling it off of the wall. Maybe looking to drop it down to Alanis. Alanis on the dribble, gets the flick, continues to push, wants to center this to Slumpy, and there it is, but it is not a goal. I cannot believe it, but Takara maybe, how was that not a goal? Everybody was pushing so hard. The defense is just a brick wall right now from Guild.
Yeah, unfortunate. Slumpy cannot place that shot right underneath the bar, so it instead bounces off the backboard, and the follow-up for Takara, it's on target, but not enough power to get past the defensive Guild. Really great overall play by Endpoint, but overall, Guild able to hold on out. Granted, they still need to get this ball out of their half. It's been way too long on the Guild side, and they're still desperately looking for that clear. They find one here, but midfield, the boost, Endpoint, a miss by Takara, the follow-up, back on Guild half. I don't know, possession doesn't seem to be held really for long on one team or another. And, oh my. I was a little concerned there for a second, Rocket.
It really didn't look like she had that, though. I mean, I think we both held our breaths. Yeah, I mean, Alanis had a great shot opportunity. Kind of crazy, didn't go in, but still have 1:42 seconds left in this one. Hoping to maybe see things even out a little bit as both teams, though, continue to apply lots of pressure. The ball continues to just get yeeted away. There's not really any team plays happening right now. Just a lot of ball throwing around, kind of like volleyball.
I enjoy the vocabulary of yeeting the ball away. That's why we don't hear too often, but I definitely
I pulled up
feel
Webster's dictionary for that one.
I definitely feel like that's certainly how the pitch is right now. It's just toss after toss after a 50 win here and a race towards it. But possession just ebbs and flows with one and other teams. With under a minute, Endpoint is holding the singular goal lead, and that's all they may need to finish out this one.
Yeah, but even that's kind of dangerous because, teams can score. 42 seconds is still a lot of time. And the last thing you want is a team to score, like, within the last 15 seconds. You go into overtime, and then somehow that team pulls the dub. And then it's like all that work you did in that match is now just undone, right? Now you have to go play another match or something like that. But either way, both teams still need to play another match because even no matter who wins here, we would still need another to determine the winner. As things are tied up, the ball continues to get just thrown away from Guild's net, and that's going to be a whiff, leaving things a little bit dangerous here for Endpoint. It's going to pop up. April and Alanis get the 50, drops down. Endpoint takes the dub on this one. It is now 2-1 in this series in favor of Endpoint.
Quiet game. I think that's mainly what we saw. One that nobody wanted to hold on to the possession. Endpoint ends up getting more shots, more opportunities, and they may be 1 of 8, but that's all you needed to get it. Guild with 3 shots. That's it. They managed 5 saves, which was good, but more offense was needed this game. I think really for both sides, since most of Endpoint shots weren't that deadly. They weren't that crazy. You know, they were just kind of there, and that's how the game was.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, but at least something that we saw, at least for quite a bit of this game, is both teams seem to be like so worried about pressure and so worried about somebody being in their face that they threw away possession constantly. Although there was lots of moments where Endpoint, at least you could see it in their car movements, you can see it in the way they threw the ball, and you know, because we're casters, we can actually, and we're in the game, we can actually change and look through the views of the individual players. And when you look at Endpoint, they continue to make those really, really amazing team decisions of maybe we're banging it away, but at least we're trying to bang up a pass to a teammate, or at least look for an opportunity to find an outlet pass or to bang to the backboard. So yes, a lot of possession did get thrown around, but at least it seems like they're continuing to play that team style that we know them for. And it did them really well the last game. We'll see how it does here in this fourth game, sorry.
Fourth game. Yeah, Endpoint on match point right now. They take this one. They end up rematching Genji, who's patiently waiting in grand finals with a game in hand as well. And Endpoint looking to start it off. They find the first goal in 19 seconds. And again, it's a passing play and pressure coming from every single member of the team.
Alanis going to be the one to put that on target. 19 seconds into this one. You know, they call her Bosch Alanis for a reason. And Bosch is supposed to be some English term for, like, I think just meaning really cool or really good. Whatever. Either way, both teams, I mean, they've put on a show, but Endpoint really has looked strong this whole series, and I have full faith that they're going to take this one. Just, you can take a look at their decision making and look at their formations. We really don't see them like out of place in that triangular formation that like Rocket League is famous for, that if you want to win, your team should kind of have in terms of where everyone is situated, just to be there for pressure. And Alanis looked like she was going to get one on target. No, instead it is Takara. Endpoint now up by 2 goals, 4 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, good pressure again from Endpoint. They tend to bring the house, and that can be risky, but they've been able to place the ball where needed to finish off upfield plays. Great work by the side of Endpoint. They're looking to close out this series here and now, and Guild just doesn't seem like they have the juice anymore to stay around in it. Nice touch here for Flower that will relieve some pressure, but again, they lose possession of the ball, and they're not sending it anywhere to anybody upfield. There's no outlet pass. There's no follow-up. It's just kind of these pot shots, and Endpoint able to handle them with ease.
Yeah, it looks like Alanis is on the attack. Flower gets the 50. Takara not going to get the touch. Flower tries to put one on target. Slumpy going to get the save. Just continues to shut things down. This is kind of the defense we saw earlier coming out from Guild, but now it's Endpoint with this just really beautiful brick wall situation happening where nothing can go towards their net. Yet again, another save, another clear coming from Guild.
Ooh, what a touch from Takara. Actually sends it up now to Slumpy, who gathers some boost, gets it on top of her car, gets a little bit of a flick, but Sniper will be there to save it. 50 here for Takara, won by Sniper. Flower looking to take over, but may have actually taken that ball away from Sniper. That needs to be communicated, or else there's a double commit and 2 players out of submission. Speaking double commit. Takara and Slumpy both go to that ball, and that gives some space for Guild. There's certainly a lot of mistakes in this game, and both teams trying their best to take advantage.
Yeah, Slumpy coming off of the ceiling, but it's just going to end up being a pass to April. Takara sees this as an opportunity to go to the backboard, maybe get a double, but just not right for it. And Sniper gets that demo to Alanis, which means now the endpoint net is a little bit more open, a little bit more accessible for them. That was just a little bit wide, maybe by about 5 pixels if I had to measure that right. You know, Chixa, you're an engineer. Do you measure in pixels like I do when I watch Rocket League?
I wouldn't say that we ever measure in pixels. I mean, I've definitely measured to the 100,000th of an inch, but certainly not pixels. And that's what makes Rocket League really hard to read. I mean, I was noting it earlier that the entirety of a team that's difficult to play against is one that's unpredictable, because it's so hard to think as fast as you do and stay as tight as you do to the ball with the pace of the game. I don't know how often a lot of people have watched professional Rocket League. I'm sure everyone has turned on RLCS at least once. But the speed of which they make their decisions is faster. They have to decide the next 2 plays before the one play is even played out beforehand.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult. Any team is told that they should be ready for that and be making those predictions. But here's the problem. When you predict that fast, your predictions could be wrong, which changes everything else. And it's a whole chain of, like, you know, things getting changed. But it's going to be a goal on target. Slumpy puts that goal out of nowhere. And that was just a wide hole, even though we saw April on the back wall coming down, looking like she was going to get the save. But she was caught off guard because she was still recovering from coming off the sidewall. And Sniper was already on the sidewall, but just a little bit too far back, a little bit slow, not able to get to the touch. Just another goal for Endpoint.
Honestly, I feel like Guild looks very tired this game. I saw a lot more out of them in their Gen G series that they lost compared to this one. It seems like Endpoint is completely outpacing them, and I'm not seeing any sort of team cohesion. It seems like there's always a missing piece to what they're trying to figure out. A drop down here for Atlantis. Endpoint just buying time. 20 seconds is all that they need to win the series, and this one will be the cherry on top. Slumpy, yet another goal. I think our highest scoring game thus far, and it's a phenomenal kind of finish for Endpoint in our lower bracket final.
Yeah, and you know, there's nothing that anybody can blame on anything here. Both of these teams are EU. We are playing on EU servers, and not to mention, you know, in most of these players are only 6 hours ahead of where I am, which means it's only 8:16 for them. Some players at most it's 9:16 for them. So I wouldn't imagine this is because they're super sleepy. I think it's just simply because it's exhausting going against Endpoint. Their pressure, just something that nobody can really beat there. It's just so much pressure that they put on. And Guild did a great job of trying to keep up, but Endpoint is Endpoint at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think Endpoint has certainly improved in the off season. They have continued individually to grind and as a team to play together, and they had the better showing. They looked more cohesive, and they outshot that game 11-3. They had the better pressure. I think Endpoint, I don't know how prepared they are to face Gen G, especially a Gen G with a game in hand in the best of 7 that they're about to go up against, but certainly they have done their best today. And I mean, let's just look quickly through the bracket. Gen G has yet to lose a single game today. They're looking to sweep through everything. As for the journey with Endpoint, they swept until they got swept by Gen G, and then they won this series 3-1. So our bracket, it's all filled out except for one final game. Any last words, Rocket, about this one?
You know, I Gen G and Endpoint, I mean that's isn't that what originally brought them down into lowers, is them losing to Gen G? I mean this is it's gonna be rough this next game. But they did really incredible this series. Guild, you have to pat yourselves on the back, even though even though you had a sub come in, there's still quite a bit of potential there on that team. So don't let that loss take you down. I mean, especially both of these teams did incredible. So
Well, that's it for our lower bracket final. That's also it for me today. Rocket and Taco will be casting our grand finals matchup. So thank y'all for having me personally. I'm excited to see how this day will finish off, and I hope to see you guys around myself. But otherwise, let's go back to our last break of the day. Our grand finals will soon be upon us.
But I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. You took my love and gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take
stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope in getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where's the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone
Got wandering eyes.
Hello, my name is Rocket Star, and I have with me Danger Taco. We are going to be finishing out the grand finals for the Energy Infinite series. This women's clash has been kind of crazy. We've had all kinds of things happen, but here we are in the grand finals. We're going to be watching Gen G, Mobile One Racing Black, go against Endpoint, who they already went against earlier, I believe, in the series, and they dropped. Endpoint ended up dropping into lower brackets and then ended up coming back. So here they are with this rematch. I'm excited to see how it goes. Taco, are you going to guess Gen G Mobile One Racing Black in this one?
It's kind of hard to root against them, particularly with the update now that Endpoint actually had to sub out Takara. So Greece right now, technically GC, is actually subbing in for Takara. So Endpoint is playing with a substitute, which is a little bit tough because if you're going to have to sub someone in, you don't want it to be in the grand final to have to kind of recalibrate everyone. But I do know all these players on Endpoint are friends, so they got the chemistry. The comms are probably unlocked. So we'll see how it fares, but I think game one will be an interesting thing. Keep in mind also, this is best of 7, and we are not doing bracket resets despite double elim. It is Gen G to Mobile One coming in as the upper bracket team with a 1-game advantage. So we're going to have to specify game 1. We technically mean game 2 because we have been moving up a little bit. And I think a game 2, game 1, whatever you want to call it, it'll be the litmus test of whether or not Endpoint with this new lineup is going to be able to truly stay level.
It will definitely be a curious one at that. You know, I don't think we haven't really seen many opportunities for GC to have the sub in and play in place of any of the players on Endpoint. So at least not that I've seen, and I've watched pretty much every game of women's carball and pretty much every women's tournament. But I'm curious to see how she will do on the pitch. I hope she would get a chance to shine bright, like not a diamond, but instead like an SSL on this pitch. And I mean, if you're gonna do anything different, I would say now's the time to start going for demos on Courtney.
Yeah, making sure that you slow down Gen G as much as possible. Through demos is always I would say, the ideal way. It's very hard to knock them off their game any other sense outside of significant psychological warfare, but for right now, I feel like it's been fine. It's been the opening 40 seconds, and it's been really middling. No one's really had their first real opportunity. Slumpy 1-1, but if Bella and Courtney are both going to challenge, most likely that's not going on target.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see Courtney go up for the ball, that's going to be scary. I've gone against Courtney myself in Season 3. Let me tell you, it was not a fun experience, ever. But... yeah, I was just a champ 1 player at the time. Didn't have as many hours in Rocket League and training as I do now. And looking at this roster of Endpoint, again, we did see some great moments where this team, who is a lot better than I am, brought some close games or closer games than some of the other ones we've seen with Gen G. So Endpoint has it in them. Yes, the sub out with Takara coming out for GC. There's going to be some differences in the plane. But as you mentioned, there's still synergy there. There's still a lot of good things that could happen on the pitch. So I'm curious to see what really happens. But yeah, because of the game advantage, we are starting technically at game 2.
It can be a bit awkward to try to keep straight, but at the end of the day, all it means is that Gen G is functionally playing in a best of 5. They just have to make sure they win 3 games, and then they're all good. And either way, Endpoint has a little bit of a harder task. I kind of like this for the succinct nature of the format, but it's also a great way to reward that upper bracket team for not dropping anything, and making sure that they can keep that going is dependent on their offense. However, it's Endpoint finding the opening all the way across the field. The super sub GC getting it.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, the pass from Alanis to GC. GC's coming out strong. Maybe she's been hitting the training packs. Maybe we counted her out a little bit too soon, or counted up the, chemistry of the team changing up a little bit too much. But now we see Bella in the corner waiting for maybe something to happen here with Courtney. Now it's going to go back to Courtney. It goes center. Slumpy clears it away. Now Kate's on the attack, looking to get it to her teammate. She does. Bella's there. She can't complete the play, but Courtney can. An all-around team play. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black putting one on target with everybody on their team getting involved to make it happen.
That's such an unfortunate touch there from GC. That she plays it perfectly, goes all the way across, gets the speed flip, gets the save, but then it unfortunately just rolls right back middle, past that second defender, that line of defense that they're relying on, and it's going to go straight into the net. So not the best way to get scored on, but it's still showing the Endpoint, even when they do get scored on, they are in the way. They are contesting these reads. It's not just a free shot into the back of the net from Gen G. They still really have to calculate all their angles correctly, and Endpoint naturally then has to do the same, as Alanis unfortunately get the miss, which means Gen G can maybe lock into it and yet another attack. This one's going to go all the way across. Kate can't get the finish. Courtney certainly will.
What a shot, what a shot, what a shot. Courtney, we already know about Courtney, but that pass from Kate was so nice. And just everybody on Endpoint looking a little out of place there when that one was scored, but there's still only a 1-goal differential in this game too. 1 minute, 55 seconds left as Kate goes up, looks to double. No, actually, she just leaves it for Bella. Maybe she wanted to keep it that way, keep things a little bit unpredictable. You don't want to do the same thing over and over. These teams can read that, especially a team like Gen G, Mobile One Racing Black. And it goes center, but no, it's going to be cleared away. On the attack is Alanis. Can't get the touch, can't get the read. Courtney up with it. Dangerous, dangerous moment. Slumpy just caught out a little bit there.
Again, nothing is more terrifying than Bella with a lot of space, especially in the air, and also Slumpy chasing a demo, being able to get that side boost, but then dodging Kate and predicting the flip reset pace from Courtney. It's just too much to handle.
Yeah, it's just very difficult. As we see Slumpy and Kate go for this kickoff. Kate goes up to the corner, goes for the center, looking to get it to Bella or Courtney, but Slumpy comes charging in, tries to put it on, but it is going to be saved away. Courtney just really showing a lot of patience and great motions in the way that she just patiently can always get the reads. I mean, I wish I put as much time into Rocket League as Courtney did. Maybe I would be a lot better, but I mean, Courtney's just another level.
Yeah, Courtney's a nice combination of a lot of different moments of Rocket League, and that you have to put in a lot of hours, but of course a lot of people do that. It's making sure you get the quality hours, working on the mechanics, finessing all of that, and then being able to play enough of the team games and the kind of solo playlists to be able to condense everything into a complete package. And I think all of Gen G is trying to aspire to that, in that every single one of these players can be really the lead taker. They can make all the plays that they need to throughout every single series that they play in, and I think that's what really makes Gen G difficult. It's not just shutting down one player. You really have to watch every single person, as Kate nearly pulls a rabbit out of the hat and tucks that one through. Instead, they'll settle for a Bella shot. The last I can say from Milan is keeping this one at a 2-goal game, but despite all of this, Gen G's pressure is milking out all these seconds from the clock, so therefore with 10 seconds remaining, this game looking like it's going Gen G's way.
Yeah, oh my goodness, the last minute goal attempt. 3 seconds left on the clock. Look at this. Slumpy tries to clear it. It goes to Bella. Courtney gets that nice little touch. Gets it just under GC. I mean, I don't know if that's lag or something, but it actually kind of looked like that should have been a touch from GC. So, just a little unfortunate there, but there's now a 3-goal difference. This one looks like it's about to be closed out here in this game one. As Alanis looks to keep hope alive, to keep the ball up. No, it is going to drop down. And game one goes to Gen G Mobile One Racing Black.
Yeah, it's a tough one, particularly. It just seems like a little bit of a wearing down by Gen G of Endpoint, but it's also partly just due to those singular moments where Endpoint looks even, and then maybe a little bit of overcommit, and then it leads to Gen G with an air dribble and Gen G going forward to the bump, Gen G getting multiple follow-ups on a read, and it's all those singular moments where you can play 4.5 minutes solid, and then this 5-second spans where you don't quite have the read, that's when you get scored on.
Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking when that happens, but I mean, both of these teams have a lot in their tool belt. It's just going to be about Endpoint finding a way around all 3 players. I mean, again, we do talk a lot about Courtney because we know that she's, basically a pro, and Bella and Kate are on the way there. And it's just a little bit of a skill difference, speed difference, accuracy difference, but Endpoint definitely. We've seen them pull closer games. I'm curious to see what the rest of the series will look like.
For the first part, I think from Endpoint is, one, it's getting used to a new third, because again, they do have the sub in. That's one thing we want to specify about this squad. But on top of that, it's making sure that, okay, well, if you have a new sub in, it's not necessarily just saying, well, everyone plays the same, because you have different play styles. The way that Takara plays is not the same way that GC plays. So therefore, when you do have that in, you have to figure out, okay, how fast can we go and how coordinated can we be in this new format? And if we can't just play normally, then we need to adapt on the fly, because the most difficult part about Rocket League, especially in a format with no timeouts or even without, is that you have about a minute in between games, and outside of that, you are just right in the thick of it. And speaking of, Courtney is wasting no time with an air dribble. 5 seconds in, Gen G with the lead.
What a nice shot. Courtney just goes up, another touch. Slumpy gets the read before the second touch hits, and that little tap up just gets it just past her, and already 5 seconds in. 5 seconds has got to be the fastest that I've ever seen for a kickoff goal, but I wouldn't be surprised here if it continues in this sort of fashion. As we see Bella goes with 50 there against Alanis off the wall. Kate centered it, gets a court, and it's going to be a goal. Court Beast for the win there. What a nice shot.
Endpoint memeing a little bit there. What a saving each other within their chats, but part of it is just because this ball is coming out. GC creeps up a little bit too far and realizes halfway through that aerial, this is actually probably going to go in my net if not careful. Goes right over the top, and it's a good finish from Gen G, but again, Endpoint, they want to creep up, they want to play offense. You don't want to just be caught on the back foot the whole time, but sometimes it's fine if you absorb pressure and wait for your moment. It's not always too good to be able to creep up that far and leave your goal unprotected.
You don't want to leave your goal protected out there when you have, I mean, any one of these players can really start to score on open net, so you just don't want to leave it that way. And there it is. Alana's able to score a wide open net from Gen G.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on here.
Is something odd happening?
Well, just strange. It's like I see two players double commit from Endpoint, and I'm thinking, okay, that's fine. Gen G is back. And then suddenly just in the net, and I'm thinking, oh, well, I really thought Gen G would have been able to handle that, but I guess not.
Yeah, it's just not something we should expect from them. We haven't really seen too many open nets from them. I want to say really ever, the whole of this tournament thus far, let alone regular series play. But, you know, we just roll with it, and, you know, good on Endpoint to see that and try to capitalize. They see another opportunity, can't exactly capitalize. Is the ball going to drop down? Bella now leading the charge. Throws it right to Courtney. Goes off the ceiling. Goes for another touch. Gets it past all of Endpoint. And now she puts one on the target for herself as well.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially Bella. When you have that much setup, she knows that she's really just dangling the ball in front of Endpoint, daring them to challenge, because regardless of how they take that angle, how they approach that read, she's going to be able to hit it across people. So really difficult to say, as GC actually puts a meme in the chat, a classic six-man's line of nothing they could do about that read. So incredibly difficult to deal with for sure, and I'm sure that is how the feeling often goes with a lot of these players, where Bella has that much time to set up. You more or less just have to accept that you're probably going to be facing a kickoff in a couple seconds.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to try to get these clears as the constant attacks coming from Gen G look like they're going to be goals. Endpoint almost got that one there, off by probably about 10 pixels, but you know, hey, it was very close. This is what you want to see from them. Continue the pressure onto Gen G. You cannot give them any space. And maybe they can put another 2 goals on target. They do have 3 minutes. They just got to keep it up and keep the ball coming away from their net.
Courtney, almost lobbed that one. Slumpy last-second adjustment to be able to get that deflection. Meanwhile, Courtney is still lurking upfield. Now same with Alana, as everybody just trying to chill upfield and look for a little bit of that pick-off play where you lob one high and then someone taps it back. But sometimes you just can rely on the old classics. A fantastic save by Bella to deny that one. Keeping this in a 2-goal game, I would say, for right now, but nearly, if not for that post, very well could have been 4-1. Now on the far side, this game really picking up a lot of pace. Endpoint just trying to make sure they catch Gen G sleeping.
Yeah, Alanis throws that just right to the corner. Maybe she's thinking it'll go to GC, but that 50 is not what you want to see. Courtney could have gotten something, and Slumpy, her touch is just going to get saved away by Kate. Ongoing attacks by Endpoint have been impressive. I want to see more of it. They just have 2 minutes to try to switch things up here. And they have Kate, who has wide open space, passes to Bella, passes it back down, but it is not past to Courtney. She's a little bit too far out of the play.
Courtney will still ricochet that one all the way across and be out for blood. That's a demo to be able to slow down the clear attempts. Courtney into Bella. Back to Courtney, into Kate. I don't know if she's going to be able to wrap around that one. No, in fact, it's going to go wide. But Kate will still, regardless, try to keep the play alive with their dribble. And even with all of that, Gen G, again, burning off precious seconds. Endpoint desperately needs. Endpoint just trying to, I would say, tread water at the current moment, just trying to make sure they get this ball out and then focus on the offense. But first have to get past the midfield line, something Gen G does not feel like they're willing to give up too easily.
They're not giving up any midfield pressure, but it does look now that Alanis and Endpoint have found a way, but it is thrown away, cleared away, yeeted away, and that's going to be another goal for Courtney for Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black. I just love saying their name too so much. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black. Say it as fast as you can.
It's a lot of syllables, I gotta say. It's one thing problematic when you get that certain sponsor. Yeah, it might give you a lot of money to invest into your teams, but then you're forcing us casters to use all those syllables in one name. So making sure you get all those relevant parts are important. But hey, I mean, if there's any team that you gotta respect them and say their full names and make sure that they're happy in that regard. It's Gen G. This is why they're regarded as the best women's team in the world. Right now, they are just in control. It doesn't feel like they're ever losing any grip on the steering wheel of the series, and there's obvious and ample evidence of why. The defense looks clean. They're confident. They're pre-jumping each other. They're getting all these touches upfield as they're almost waiting for these creative plays. It's just fascinating to watch a team this in sync.
It almost looks like they saved that. That was just, I don't know what was happening. Kate was chilling on Endpoint's net and cleared it back towards Gen G net. But, this is exactly what I talk about. Teams always say, teams always think about whenever you're in this game that you always have to be passing upfield. How can you get upfield? And, they're actually playing this like it's soccer. They're passing it forward. They're passing it backward. They're just making sure that their passes are going to their teammates. And they're trying to always be there at the right moment, but not in a way that could ever be dangerous. And Gen G Mobile 1, Racing Black, take this one.
Moving on to match point in the grand finals, something that, is something we're familiar with saying, as Gen G has won pretty much every single international competition they've been able to enter in throughout that WCB season up until the end. And even now, when we are in, I would say, technically the off season, clearly they're not lacking for hours or skill. The coordination is still there. They're getting all the passes off. And even when Endpoint has those moments where you're saying, man, offense is looking pretty good. Now they're starting to get a little bit going forward. It seems like it's just so fleeting. It's pretty much, if you don't get that first shot off, it feels like it's just immediately back in your half.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about synergy, right? I mean, the way this team plays together so gracefully. Gen G has been together for quite some time, and they're all friends. Both teams have, that friendship relationship amongst their teams, which I think really makes for really great comms, as well as really great confidence and trust in each other. It's just that Gen G has been putting in that time, putting in a hell of a whole lot of hours. Whenever you watch any of Bella's streams, she's constantly grinding 6-mans. So is Courtney. I can't speak to Kate because I don't believe that she streams, so I don't really get to see what she does much when it comes to her off time away from the team. But it's incredible to see what they've done. And the Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black team has been together for quite some time. Courtney and Kate were teammates in Season 3. And then Courtney and Bella became teammates in Season 4, stayed together, and got Kate back here in this season.
Well, it's rewarding that trust. It's not just what so many pro players in the RLCS lately of saying, it's all nepotism, you just get your friends. Well, if you're friends with some of the best in the league, then it's not too big of an issue, but it is an issue if you're Endpoint and have situations like this. Courtney just way too fast to be beaten out in the midfield, gets another open net.
What a shot. Oh, man. I want to see Endpoint come in this. I want to see this go to a best of 7, as this is a best of 7 series, but with Gen G, having that game advantage and already winning some of the games here, Endpoint's going to have to start going again, like I've mentioned before. I think they need to go for physicality. They don't need to go out of their way to focus on Courtney, but maybe at least go for more bumps out of the plays and things like that, and boost steals as well, and see if that doesn't make a difference.
Definitely making sure that you disrupt it in any sense. We've been talking about this for Gen G, and then how do you stop them? Well, you don't necessarily stop them. You just kind of try and throw some tacks underneath the wheels or anything to be able to grind the gears, because it's so difficult otherwise. It looks just easy as ever with the Bella over to Kate. And as you mentioned, getting those boost steals is an important part. It seems like right now, it's almost like the resources aren't even on the side of Endpoint. They're just not able to reach that play in time. No one was watching that ball off the backboard and into the middle of the field. And when you don't have that marked, typically Gen G is going to be there to fill that space. And time again, it looks like they are. Courtney nearly nabbing a third.
Yeah, it's Bella on the corner, coming off there. It's going to be a pass to Alanis. That's a dangerous back pass / center, and Courtney just going to be able to get the read and score off of that unfortunate back pass.
And when you are in situations where you're playing high-level gameplay, sometimes you make a mistouch. Doesn't really matter, because you're playing against players that aren't going to be perfect. Courtney's going to be all but perfect. You get it free open backboard like that, it's going to go in. We had a game earlier in which Courtney shot, I believe, 6 shots and 6 goals throughout a majority of that game. And then in this one, Courtney, yet again, shooting 100%. Finally not shooting 100%. That's going to be a miss, but even then, nearly Kate putting it home. Bella keeping the attack alive. Slumpy able to shut the door on that.
It's wild what we're seeing here on the pitch, that's for sure. But oh my gosh, the demos are happening in the reverse direction of what we suggested. It's not Endpoint going for the demos, it's Gen G. And it leads the net to be open. That pass coming from Bella to Courtney and Kate getting that demo. It just, the whole team plays. It's beautiful to see both of these teams play, but you got to give it to Gen G. Their speed, their accuracy, it's honestly very aggravating if you're on the other team to try to shut it down.
Yeah, Endpoint is like many a team. Endpoint is a solid roster, definitely one of the best in EU by the sheer metrics, if not just for the fact that their socials are so entertaining. But either way, this is the common issue that you run into facing against a team like Gen G, in that they're all mechanical. They can all put you in awkward positions, and sometimes it doesn't need to be involved with, I would say, the full team play. Sometimes it's just Courtney get an unexpected angle.
Yeah, I mean, what a shot. I mean, it is curious to look at Endpoint right now, though, and the cars that they're, in right now. It is a little bit curious. These are not their main vehicles, as we see Slumpy, in this clown car. I like to say, like, everything looking really 80s-fied, something that you normally don't see.
GC has requested me to view the game from her perspective. I gotta say, these are the worst camera settings I've ever seen in my life, and I would rather never see those again.
Oh, what? I played the other day with 400 on the view, so you know what? I don't think it's that bad if it leads to a win. I mean, playing the Takumi and play as close as you can to the Takumi with the camera, and have the ball just be, have the camera for the car be as close as possible. I think it's kind of fun.
It's pretty bad. I'm not entirely sure the director cam picks it up within the broadcast. More or less, it is just a camera super low to the ground, super zoomed in with probably the minimal amount of FOV. So it is just a really tight perspective you're getting on the ball. No wonder these reads are so difficult to get. Can't really say the same about Gen G. They're only business. Like I said earlier, Courtney had a game in which she was 6 for 6, 5 for 5, whatever. And here it is, 5 for 5 yet again in the grand final, potentially the grand final winning game.
Yeah, it's looking like another Takumi kickoff though, but are we going to be sending Endpoint to a place they've never been? Well, possibly. It looks like we're going to Brazil. It looks like we are giving out passports. Endpoint has gladly been shipped from England off to Brazil. It looks like yet again we see GC going for some really fun camera settings as she tries to get another goal for her team. Slumpy with the back pass. This is actually a great opportunity, and she dunks him. Okay, you know what? She's making fun of these camera settings, and she's having fun with it, but she's continued to score. She scored twice now, so hey, keep it up.
Yeah, both the goals for her team, so there's probably something to that. Probably, actually, I don't really want to incentivize bad behavior, so I don't know if this is necessarily the best thing to be saying on broadcast, but either way, it's nice to be able to at least get something going. Right now, Gen G just trying to have fun with it, make sure they get their goals in style. As you can see, the pre-jumps starting to come out of their camp.
Yeah, pre-jumps are fun though. As Slumpy and GC look to clear that away. That double commit, a little dicey. Alanis takes it, goes for 50, goes to the wall, goes to Slumpy. That bang gonna go far, and Kate misses that. That's interesting. I guess I would have assumed she would have gotten that. Alanis could have had that touch. It would have been a difference of another goal, but it's now Kate on the attack, trying to find a way to get it over GC. Pins with GC and Alanis, goes hard, it goes high, and it's just gonna be a miss, but it's all calculated whiffs maybe? No, it's not gonna go in, it's cleared away.
Endpoint is trying to get creative with it as well. You see kind of I would say double commits, but mostly it's just like pre-jumps, trying to get an unexpected contact on the read, and not always you're gonna be able to get that one. This is just Gen G having fun, taking a little victory lap, waving at all the egg fans in the stands and whatnot. So it's ultimately just going to be their grand finals to win. So unfortunately, it seems like yet another result within the scale of Women's Rocket League that is going somewhat the way that we expect. But I got to say, credit to Endpoint yet again. Again, a team that throughout the EU season within WCB and other competitions, they've kind of been counted out, maybe not seen as one of the top teams. And yet this is yet another women's event that is international in which they are reaching a grand final, or at least past top 4. I mean, the progress from this team is definitely something to behold.
Yes, and there is main event that they need to worry about, and if they make main event, all of these teams for the most part will make main event top 6 of the tournament here today. There were only 8 teams invited, so you just need to make top 6 to make it.
And unfortunately, I have checked with the admin, and unfortunately, we are not playing by last goal wins. So it looks like Endpoint has unfortunately lost this game. And so we will be able to see a GG's in the chat from Gen G Mobile One Racing Black. They have taken yet another one. And I got to say, not too unexpected, but this has been one of their strongest performances I've seen, especially based on just goal differential throughout this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they've done incredible. As GC asked us if we saw her camera settings for the last 2 minutes, which we did, and they made us want to hurl. Especially when the camera view changed to what I suggested, which is 400. So field of view was kind of gross.
it was I can assure all of us that both Rockstar and I are in the lobby spectating, and occasionally we would just flick over and just feel like ugh, and then flip back, because it's just, you can only look at that so much until it causes irreparable damage.
We were supposed to flick back? I watched the whole game from GC's perspective.
You'll never be the same. I'm sorry. There's only so much therapy and modern medicine can fix.
No, it's okay. It's like the time that I decided to do field of view at 400 and transition speed as high as it could go. So you know what? I like to have fun as much as the next person. So at least Endpoint had a sense of humor, as they are known for, as we've talked about on socials. They're still able to have the mentals to come away from a game like this, or a series like this, tournament like this, and even though they lost, still hold their head high and still have fun with it. And that's really what I really commend about this team. Their mentals are always on point.
Ultimately, if you're going to enter a team and you're going to take any losses, it's nice to lose twice to the same team who also happens to be the winners of the entire thing. So you're saying, well, we beat literally everyone else that we faced. It's just this one team we got to go over the hump. But they've joined not too short of a list of teams that also fall to Gen G on the regular. So nothing to be ashamed of, just one more metric on that path towards improvement that you just got to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G Mobile One Racing Black, congrats to you. I do want to take a quick look at our bracket real quick and thank all of the teams that showed up today. We had Gen G Mobile One Racing Black, of course, our winners. We had Endpoint come in second place in this tournament. Guild came in third, WAPA came in fourth, Emma in fifth, Extra in sixth, and Pulse Without an E in seventh, and G2 Luna in eighth place. So thank you to all of the teams who came out the top 6. Basically all the teams who came out except for Pulse Without an E and G2 Luna will be moving on to the main event for the Energy Infinite series. So if you like Do Exclamation Point Discord, you can join the Discord and learn more about the future events as a fan if you want to follow along. Or if you're a team player who wants to join any of the series, the next one up will be college. So that will be fun. And college is really your strong wheelhouse, right, Taco?
I mean, I love the collegiate scene. There's a lot of good teams out there, and even outside the teams that don't make CRL, there's still probably like 20 to 30 in those rankings that would play at a super high level. So they love any tournament. Typically, that community is really down to be able to get involved with anything. So shout out to, as I call him, Mr. Beast, but no, M. Cole, for producing these tournaments and making sure they bring together all the production talent, all the production and admin on the back end, and all the players to be able to play in a fun event with some casting and also some prize money on the line. Definitely nice to have more grassroots supporters that go along as this esport continues to grow and develop.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to watch and cast. And it's always nice to see our women show up on the pitch. As a former competitor, like that's always one of the things I love to do is cast other women, because I know what it's like to be on that pitch. And I just feel like I know the women's scene so well that I know every one of these players. I've tried to play Snow Day with all of them. Haven't gotten that yes from all of them, but
Dang.
we attempt. But there's so many great people in this league and in this scene. And I'm hoping to continue to see a lot of them continue on for any of the other events as well as the main event. So thanks again to everybody who came out. Thanks to Danger Taco. Huge thank you to Danger Taco for coming back for this series, as well as Chixa, who was here earlier. Thanks to M. Cole, and thanks to our producer, Nick, who did an amazing job at making sure not only the graphics you guys saw did he make within the last few days, but he did an incredible job on making sure everything looked sharp for stream, even though there's some long intermissions that we worked hard to try to get around for you guys. I think everyone here just did incredible. So thank you guys for watching. And we're going to find someone to raid. So just hang around and have a great rest of your day.
But I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. You took my love, then gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart.